recorded.
Welcome, everyone. I call the June 15th, 2021 Bothell Regular City Council meeting to order. I now invite you to recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. Please unmute your microphone and turn off your video while we display the banner. I'll give everyone a moment to do that. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty
and justice
for all. Thank you, everyone. Before we move on to the agenda items, I'd like to acknowledge the remote meeting format. Proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings is still in effect. Therefore, this meeting will be held entirely remotely. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Sign-up sheets were provided by the city clerk's office via link in the agenda. The video of this meeting will be streamed live as well as recorded and available for later viewing on the city's YouTube channel. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. At this point, we'll take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Here.
Councilmember McNeil.
Here.
Mayor Olson.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr.
Here.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
And Councilmember McCullough is absent and excused.
Lastly, before we begin, I'd like to reiterate some of the meeting guidelines. Please speak clearly and pause frequently. Mute your microphone when not speaking. So on to meeting agenda approval. Are there any changes to tonight's meeting agenda? All right, Councilmember Agnew.
I'd like to take the council conversations and move it up so we have where the executive session is, the second one. That way we'll have the executive session and then just be done.
All right. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yeah, I would like to pull AB 21-085. Thanks.
City Attorney, do we need to make a motion for the changing the agenda for the executive session and the council
Correct.
Conversation?
Yeah, for the pulling of a consent item, no motion is needed, but to amend the agenda, that would require a motion. So I believe Councilmember Agnew's motion is to amend the agenda to allow for council conversations to occur before the second executive session, so that once the executive session is complete, the meeting is over.
Thank you. Councilmember Thompson?
Second that.
All right. So we have a motion by Councilmember Agnew to move the council conversation ahead of the last executive session to have us excuse and adjourn from the executive session, with a second by Councilmember Thompson. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yes.
Mayor Olson.
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr,
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
And were there any other changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none. We have a proclamation this evening. We have a proclamation for Juneteenth, and I believe we have Diana Muuru here. She's a member of the UW.
Hi.
Hey, she's a member of the UW Black Student Union, and she will say a few words after the proclamation. So I will wait for the proclamation to be shown. All right, Juneteenth. Whereas we acknowledge on June 19th, 1865, the last group of enslaved African Americans were informed of their liberation in Texas, 2.5 years after the implementation of the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas, in order that we may never forget the evils of slavery and its aftermath, we acknowledge the injustices and suffering Blacks experienced under slavery. And whereas Juneteenth celebrates the freedom, achievement, and contribution of Blacks and African Americans past, present, and future. And whereas, to promote racial healing, reconciliation, and justice, it is important to recognize the significance of Juneteenth and continue engaging in dialogue on race relations. And whereas, Juneteenth is a day for us to commit to being allies of our Black and African American friends, families, neighbors, and colleagues. And whereas, during the Juneteenth event, we appreciate the African American experience and celebrate the inclusion of all races, ethnicities, and nationalities as we commit to working together towards equitable experiences and opportunities for all those in our community. Now, therefore, I, Liam Olson, Mayor of the City of Bothell, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2021 to be Juneteenth Independence Day in the City of Bothell, and I encourage all to join me in this celebration. And as mentioned, we have Diana here to say a few words.
Thank you for that, Mayor Olson. I just want to give a big thank you for allowing me to be on this call today. It's great to see each and every one of you today. My name is Diana. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a junior at UW Bothell. I'm also the social media outreach coordinator for the BSU at UW Bothell, future president next academic year. And I just wanted to talk about just a bit about our club. So the Black Student Union at UW Bothell is just a club that is meant to be a sense of community for Black students and allies on campus. We basically want to create a space and a safe space for Black students and allies to come together and share their opinions, have a voice, and just to be themselves and around people who look like them. So thank you so much for having that proclamation. I feel as though it's something that we get to do now that our ancestors didn't get to do before, like have a sense of community and join together. So thank you so much for allowing me to come today and say a few words. And you guys have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Diana.
Yeah, of course.
All right, we'll now move on to, we have a presentation with, looks like WSDOT, 405 North End capacity improvements, the update, and the ST bus rapid transit update. So let's see, I believe I'm looking for our interim Public Works Director, Eddie Lowe. There we are.
Good evening, Mayor Olson and Deputy Mayor Zorns and council members. As you probably had the previous briefing from the WSDOT folks and also the Sound Transit, I have tonight Lisa Hodson, who's the 405. And SR 167 Program Administrator, update on the 405 capacity improvements, and also Paul Cornish, who's the BRT project director, that would update council to see what's happening in the last few months on those two projects. So with that, I'd like to pass that over to Lisa.
Great, thanks, Eddie. So good evening. We'll wait a second there we go. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present to council tonight. I just wanted to recognize also that my deputy, Rob Wick, is here tonight as well, and he will begin doing some more outreach with me in the near term. So wanted to get his face out there. We can go on to the next slide. So tonight I want to take the opportunity to update the council on the program and highlight the challenges we've encountered during the pandemic, as well as the outcomes from the ledge session and current delivery schedule, and also some proviso language that came with our budget. This corridor is important to the region and the state. The 405-167 corridor extends 50 miles through the east side of Puget Sound region and throughout the Valley cities, and eventually ties into the Puget Sound Gateway program on 167. The vision for an express toll lane and bus rapid transit system that helps us manage traffic demand is part of our master plan. And we collectively, not just WSDOT and Sound Transit, but our local agencies and transportation partners have been delivering on that master plan vision. And then we can just go to the next slide. I wanted to highlight something. So in 2019, our legislative body passed Bill 5825, and that officially combined the 405 and SR 167 into one corridor account. They also appropriated between $938 million to $1.16 billion in projects that were to be funded through bonded toll revenue. This bill allocated funding for some critical projects that help complete that 50-mile managed system. And those projects and their associated funds are identified on the screen. The one thing I'd like to note is that the North 8th Street project in number 5 was appropriated for design, and that bill also had proviso language that noted legislative intent to fund the construction of that project. Our agency has been making movement in delivering some of these projects. We've been working on the 522 to 527 project, and we're anticipating an environmental decision in the near term. We've been conducting preliminary engineering and permitting for the 167 toll upgrade and auxiliary lane project, and that will provide replacement of our aging tolling equipment and also system consistency with 405. And also the 167 northbound HOV lane extension project, that's part of our Olympic region, and that has been awarded and construction is underway. As we look at the needs of the 50-mile corridor system as a whole, there's multiple priorities that are included in that demand management and the completion of the managed lanes. Also looking for the onboarding of bus rapid transit. We have a need to address fish passage, and also the operations, maintenance, and preservation of that roadway network. We're balancing these priorities and the benefits as a whole system, and the funding available to pay for them has been a challenge. The impacts from the pandemic has presented unique challenges for everyone, including this program. Traffic and tolling is down, and therefore the timing and ability to bond has changed. I guess in the simplest terms is that there's just less money to complete the projects that were appropriated as denoted in 2019. One thing I like to note is we traditionally forecast on a yearly basis. As a part of the pandemic, we have been doing that as quarterly. It's been a dynamic, changing system. This graphic shows the forecasted revenue that was anticipated pre-COVID. That's from a November 2019 timeline, and that's in the lime green. And then the dark bars that are beneath it represent the actual revenue that has been generated by month over that time frame. Maybe to kind of put it in perspective too is That lime green line is about $3 million of revenue a month. And now with the pandemic, we're about $1 million a month on average. And I just want to note that the space between that lime green line and the dark green bars represents about $33 million of toll revenue. And that toll revenue was backfilled recently through the American Rescue Plan Act funds, and was something that Representative Dewar and Slaughter worked very hard to secure the funds for our program and those toll revenues that were down. What we need to do, though, as we remain to look to the future of what that revenue looks like. The pandemic has affected the express toll lanes, and understandably harder than other tolled facilities just by the sheer nature of our managed system, and that's to be there as a choice to offer a reliable trip when it's needed. On a positive note, there has been an uptick in revenue for March and April. It's still below the pre-COVID forecast, but it has a positive trend over the last 3 months. And we're also working on our subsequent forecasting that is through June and will represent the performance through May. So from this ledge session, our current law transportation budget does include some changes to our program. Those changes have been denoted with some dashed lines, and so in particular, letter D is the is the 522 vicinity to 527 widening express toll lanes improvement project. That dashed line depicts the movement of this project out to the 23-25 biennium, predominantly due to the revenue impacts. There is also some additional proviso language associated with this project that I will cover as well tonight. In addition, letter C is the Northeast 85th Street interchange and inline bus rapid transit station. This is a project funded by Sound Transit, and they'll talk about that later. But what happened in this ledge session is we received $10 million of toll funds that we can use to complement that project that Sound Transit will build in the future. And that will add some infrastructure there at that direct access for the opportunity to enter the toll lanes. It's just one example of our partnership that we have with Sound Transit. We're very linked through this whole process. Letter F is North 8th Street direct access ramp, and that preliminary engineering moved out 1 biennium. And the current budget does appropriate $250 million in toll revenue for both the engineering and construction. And that's been appropriated over 2 biennia, and that will start in 2025. And then the last one I just wanted to note is our letter H, and that's the SR 167 master plan. And the legislature reappropriated funding in the 21-23 biennium to continue those efforts. Our budget contained 2 legislative provisos that will direct the department to look at a variety of ways that we can optimize the 2019 funded projects, and looking to get those as close to the original schedule as possible. The first proviso directs WSDOT that we may advance and construct the 522 to 527 project earlier if funding is identified, and that has a date associated with September 1st. We're also working with the state treasurer to pursue alternatives to toll revenue funding, and also exploring some phasing and modification to the project. And that report is due to the legislature mid-September. We do recognize that the 522 to 527 project is part of a regional system, and it was established through our I-405 master plan. It's there to manage traffic and provide reliable travel for people coming from all over the region. This project also connects urban growth centers and also complements Sound Transit bus rapid transit system, as they'll use the express toll lanes to operate. The Office of the State Treasurer has not yet completed an updated financial analysis on the current budget. However, we did work with the Treasurer to do a preliminary analysis, and that was conducted from December information, so basically pre-ledge session. And that was with all the projects that were listed in the Bill 5825. And through that process, the funding gap that was noted is pretty sizable. It's 360 to 400 million. WSDOT and the State Treasurer are looking at all funding options that are available. We've had some initial brainstorming. We've heard feedback from stakeholders and the ledge, and this slide shows a number of those alternatives, looking at opportunities to leverage other loan mechanisms such as TIFIA and Garvey, the potential for new revenue at state and federal levels. As mentioned previously, legislatures have already secured funds to help fill that gap with the $32.9 million in the ARPA federal funding. And also other considerations such as opportunities that maybe defer sales tax. Also looking at considerations that come from the Transportation Commission as they do our rate setting and our exemptions, and the financial parameters that are related to that debt service costs. And so working with the Treasurer's Office on coverage ratios and the other debt parameters that come with bonding. And then the other piece of that proviso was looking at phase delivery. And so when we began looking at State Route 522 to 527 project and how we would deliver it, some ideas that we considered over the past couple years were maybe some opportunities to deliver portions of the main line or portions of pieces off the main line, such as local improvements at 527, or maybe the advancement of Fish Passage construction, and those are shown with items 1 and 4. We also looked at geographically, like could we build the southern portion? So State Route 522 is really the piece that needs to be delivered. It's the choke point in connecting the further northern segment of 405. And then maybe in the second phase come back and do the 527 work. And we also looked at directional contracts. So maybe looking at the southbound lane with the State Route 522 interchange, and then secondary coming back with the northbound lanes and improvements at State Route 527. I'm sure there are other ways to look at these things as well. This is intended to give you some context that our program has looked at ways to phase this in the past, and understanding that any phasing would have to be a balance between trade-offs as well. Next slide. So our first proviso asked us to specifically look at the 522 to 527, but our second proviso directs WSDOT to look at the entire corridor and how those bond proceeds could cover the funded projects that were part of this current law budget. Understanding 522 to 527 is critical in that alignment and the implementation of bus rapid transit. It's important to our multimodal vision for the entire 50-mile corridor as well. We've also always looked at this north-south corridor as one system, and that's what happened with Bill 5825. It combined our two corridors. It offered some more flexibility and financing opportunities. The projects along our corridor address the east side growth. We know it's attracting employees from throughout this region, both north and south. In working with the Treasurer's Office, we also know that some of the projects, when brought on, actually bring on revenue is generated from there. And a good example of that is the Renton to Bellevue project that's currently under construction. When that is complete, it comes online, there'll be additional revenue that comes with that. And then also recognizing that this is a major north-south freight corridor and a military corridor that must function as a system. It's really been a balance of choices and trade-offs and when projects can be built and the funding that goes with them. So we've been very grateful for the decades of partnerships we've had. We've heard from folks along the corridor how we could effectively work together moving forward and also engage in some more frequent dialogue. Along those lines, we met with members of our interagency working group. That's really the staff members of your cities and our corridor-wide partner agencies. And we also had an executive advisory group meeting last week. and have continued to have some following up conversations and also leading up to our council presentation today. And so as we move forward through these provisos, we'll be analyzing a lot of scenarios. We'll be meeting with our stakeholders. We are intimately working with Sound Transit as we work through those pieces that complement each other. And I think where we're at is we need help. We need to be able to work with our interagency working group and leverage the staff that you have that are in attendance to those so that we can work through these analysis and make sure that there's a flow of information that's getting back to the city and to your council. And then we've also intend to do more frequent executive advisory group meetings. So we usually meet quarterly, but with the deadlines in September and then again in January, we're looking to do some additional executive advisory group meetings as well. And with that, I have hopefully left good time for questions. So. Do I call on people, or did somebody else do that for me?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Councilmember Dewar, we're just waiting for the screen to switch over.
Perfect.
Thanks so much, Mayor, and thank you, Lisa, for the update. I wondered if you could go back to the slide on the schedule.
We could.
I wanted some clarification. There was a little bar on the bottom of the 522, 527 that said other improvements, and I wondered what those other improvements were.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's enough and you don't need to show it, but I was just curious.
Oh, yes, I can tell you what that is. So in the overarching delivery of that project, it does have two contracts associated with it. So the main line work that is part of the 522 to 527 will be delivered as one contract. There is a secondary contract that goes with that, and it's the operational improvements. So when we provide faster trips and people are getting where they need to go, we know that there are places where they get faster and there's not the capacity there for them. So there's some auxiliary lanes that need to complement this project. One is at the I-5 in the northbound direction. That first exit, there's a auxiliary lane that goes there. And then there's 3 auxiliary lanes that are part of the Kirkland to Bellevue area.
And how much are those as far as cost?
Of the cost? Those are not as much as the mainline piece. And I would say in general, the 522 to 527 is probably in the 450 to 500. And then those operational improvements, and it has fish passage in there as well, is about 100. To 150, so however you cut the mustard there. So
great. And then so I was looking also for the funding gap clarification. So that funding gap of 360 to 400 million, that's for the entire corridor?
The entire corridor, yes.
So do we know what the funding gap is for 405, the improvements from 522 to 527?
I don't have the exact figure because we're working through our national experts to get the information to the Treasurer's Office. My understanding in working with the Treasurer's Office, as we look at those projects listed, that 600 of the 938 to 1.16 billion is a majority of it, or at least half of that, that gap. But I do want to make sure people understand that gap that's been shown. It doesn't represent what was current law. And so we need to do some updating to get to that information, and then the proviso stuff too.
Yeah, because what I was wondering is, you know, we during a legislative session discussed phasing, and from what I remember, the phasing really wasn't going to help BRT rollout. Because the direct access ramp at Canyon Park would have been in phase 2. So what I'm wondering is, what other options are you looking for phasing? And are the operational improvements potentially part of a different phasing alternative?
I think as we look at that analysis, there's an opportunity to offset those two contracts. In an ideal world, if traffic is back and we're moving people to a place faster, but now they're stuck in a place they wouldn't have been stuck before. Lessons learned have told us that doesn't fly very well with the public. Yeah, they're not happy with that, but it's a balance. And so what we will do is we'll provide the data that will go back to the legislative body, and then they'll have an opportunity to ask additional questions or make decisions at that point.
Because I'd be willing to bet people would prefer the project happen and without the operational improvements right away than it not happen for another 2 years. That's just my 2 cents. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was the Garvey. So sorry, that's my niece getting her dinner. I'm at the dining room table. The Garvey is super interesting to me because I met with Vandana Slatter and I met with the Treasurer's Office, and I think that is a really, really good potential for solving the problem. So I don't want to step on your toes and describe what it is, but the Treasurer's Office had said that it's basically bonding on federal, future federal grants, and those grants are currently being used on 520, but only through 2024. So I was super excited because the timing of it really aligns with where we need money for this project. And the other thing is, I think maybe you can correct me, it's around 100 million per year. So I would be interested in WSDOT's assessment of, do we use all of it for a fewer number of years, or do we, or is it your assessment to use part of it for a longer duration? And will that be part of our next meeting?
I think it will. If you're speaking to the meeting when you will have your representative hat on, I think I talked to the Treasurer's Office as well, and he had mentioned that conversation. I'm not as familiar with the parameters around the Garvey, but I know that our Chief Operating Financial Officer, Doug Vaughn, has been working with him as well. And so that will be part of this continued conversation of balancing opportunities in that funding realm, and also balancing opportunities to get the funding gap to a lower level at all possible.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering if you know, did WSDOT already have plans for that money? And if so, does that mean you have to reassess and reprioritize potentially?
I heard that, I don't know that it was specifically earmarked for anything as of yet, but it is about part of our balancing of our overarching state budget. And so there is a potential that it would push something else out to use it, but I don't have all the particulars on it. And it's really a word that I've just come to know in the last couple days. So we're doing some more research on my side too to figure out what all the ins and outs are.
Great, so much.
Any other questions? Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, Lisa.
Hi.
I had a couple questions. You mentioned some of the phased delivery options that you were looking at and had looked at, and I wasn't clear. Are those things that you are looking at, or are those things that you have looked at and like they don't help?
We looked at them in the past, and what we were looking at as packaging, potential packaging. When we first started to think about the 522 to 527 area, wasn't sure what kind of funding would come. It was a decent sized dollar, and so if we had to bite it off in chunks, what could that look like? I think our overarching feel, and it pretty much is today, is that there's efficiencies that are seen when you deliver one project, and also our coordination with Sound Transit and those things. So bus rapid transit does need to use those lanes. And so if we break them up, it doesn't give you the same benefit as before.
Is there, and actually kind of my next question that I had, is there a set of these North End projects that are more specific to getting bus rapid transit up and running, or are they all absolutely vitally necessary to stand the service up?
I will speak a little bit, and I'm going to let my partner talk to that too in his presentation. But when ST3 or Sound Transit 3 was funded, that had buses were operating on the outside. We got our funding after that, and so they have switched to using those express toll lanes to get the benefit from those lanes. And so without the infrastructure there on the north end of our corridor, that hampers the ability to deliver the bus rapid transit. On the southern segment, we are already under construction. Those lanes will be open probably into 2024.
Okay.
And I'm going to let Paul, did I do okay, partner, or do you want to add something? Okay.
I've got just, I guess, one more question, and that's just a follow up on something that I talked about at the EAG meeting. Have there been any discussions about what it would look like to be able to stand BRT up sooner and delay the extra lane on the north end by converting into a bus lane, so that the bus service would be reliable, and then we would pay for the other lane and move it back to an ETL when that was finished?
Yeah, you know, we talked about that internally, and one of the things that happens with those managed lanes is there's folks that use them. So there's a capacity piece in there. So if you push folks out, you're going to increase the capacity in the general purpose lanes, and traffic is going to slow down. The other thing that it impacts is outside of the managed piece, it is the revenue piece. And so although we're not meeting pre-COVID revenue, we are bringing in revenue. And so that would probably end up delaying it even further out in time.
When we talk about capacity, what are we talking about? Are we talking about cars, or are we talking about people?
That's a good question. When I think about capacity, I think about how fast people are moving on the roadway and their ability to traverse through the network. And so it's kind of both. So there's cars, but we know that there's more than one person in cars. So we have it broken down by cars, and we have it broken down through throughput of people.
I guess my question would be, if we're concerned about that capacity, have we looked at the capacity of one BRT lane running and how many people that moves compared to having that lane not be that, and compared it to like the actual number of people that can get from one place to another without delay?
Yeah, I think what you're doing is you're trading off the folks that are in the bus and then the folks that are traveling on the roadway, which from a perspective, I think this area services about 200,000 trips a day, I think, somewhere in that neighborhood. And our buses aren't carrying that kind of capacity. Even in the bus rapid transit scenario, it doesn't carry that capacity. So it's a trade-off between, I guess what you're saying is folks in a bus and folks in a car.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, yes, people in a bus versus people in a car, like in the peak couple hours of rush hour when it matters, like which would move more people more quickly, I guess would be my question when we talk about capacity. And if you don't have the answer to that, that's totally fine.
I don't, but we will definitely get some information back to you as well. But I did go back to the team. We talked a little bit about it, and they gave me a couple of feedback ideas on it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Quick question, and thank you for the presentation. Let's take notes. It's a fast question, and it only sprung to mind because it's an obvious thing that when you're driving down the freeway, you see it. You referenced replacing aging tolling equipment, which begged the question, what's the lifespan on those?
So on 167, we have a system that's been out there since 2009. And that is in need of replacement. So I would say we're at probably the far-reaching end of the equipment's life out there.
So think about 10 years maybe right now if we go on.
reoccurring interval that we're using currently to forecast.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to interrupt real quick. This is Sound Transit. We do have a few slides to show as well, but we're happy to have this conversation continue if that's the council's prerogative.
Well, I think we are through our questions, so I think it's time for Sound Transit.
Great. Give me 1 second and I'll start sharing. See if I can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Great. So hi, everybody. I'm Ariel Taylor. Some of you know me, some of you probably don't, but I work on the government and community relations team at Sound Transit. So primarily on the BRT program. In a second, you're going to hear from Paul Cornish, who is our BRT program director. But I just wanted to do a couple introduction slides to get everybody oriented. We're here today to really talk about the bus rapid transit program, not only 405 BRT, but also a little bit about 522, a little bit on the bus space, and also give you a little heads up about how our current realignment effort at the Sound Transit board level is going. In particular, how the recession that we're currently in caused by COVID-19 is impacting our revenue sources, and why the Sound Transit Board feels like there is a need to readjust the capital program and the schedules. Then you're going to hear a little bit more about the 522 and 405 project. And of course, we're going to end on the Bus Base North and talk about the TDR study that I think might be on your agenda later tonight. So we're happy to answer any questions you guys might have for us on that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Paul Cornish, and he can take it off from here.
Great, thanks, Ariel. Next slide would be great. Thanks for having us here today. It's always good to come and talk to the City of Bothell Council, because I generally have really good news to always talk about the partnership between the agency and the city, which I've been part of for almost the 20 years of my at Sound Transit. So it's always great to work with such a strong partner. So, and what I'm going to do is give a fairly high level of the board realignment process. We are scheduling a meeting with the city manager and Mr. Lowe and other senior Bothell staff to really take a serious deep dive into the realignment. I don't think that's on the books yet, but that is in the works. But what I briefly want to talk about today is the realignment is because of the financial plan. We do have a shortfall, and we need to balance the costs and the revenue. Some of these options would include cutting parts of the project out to cut some costs, raising new revenues, and or delaying phasing projects. And no decisions have been made. The board is working through their process right now. So the next slide, please. So we're required to maintain an affordable financial plan, which is defined as not exceeding our debt capacity with a 25-year planning horizon. Our revenues are lower due to the COVID recession by about $1.5 billion. And then we have higher project costs that have been coming in, estimated about $6.4 billion. So that's the affordability gap that we're looking to address through the board realignment process. Next slide, please. So when the board started down this road, they went and they established a bunch of criteria that they would like to measure their options against. These included the ridership potential, how many riders will the project have, social economic equity, how does this work with our diverse populations, and what's equitable there. How well do they connect regional centers? How long have voters been waiting for a project to happen? Are there ways to get outside funding for a project? Can we leverage these projects for additional funding? Do they complete the spine? Are they part of the spine? Or are they more of the ribs feeding into the spine? What's the next step? What makes the most sense when you look at the whole ST3 project holistically? And then a big part of the phasing question is, can you open pieces in increments? Do you have to open it all at once, or do you not? And that's one of the things that we'll be looking at in the BRT, because while it is a BRT program, there are 3 distinct lines. S3, which is the 522 145th BRT from Shoreline to Bothell. S2, which is Linwood down to Bellevue, and S1, which is Bellevue down to Burien. And I have a map of that later. So I mean, that's one of the options that we could do. And if you've been watching some of the board meetings, is they've taken these criteria to the projects and started to get this weird light on me. And they started to apply them to a various, what they put into tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. They've actually broken that up a little bit. And, like things like in tier 1, they're looking at, a deferral of 2 years from the ST3 date. That's what would be like fully develop those projects. Tier 2, 5-year delay from the ST3. Let's do the plans and specs. Tier 3 is let's finish planning those projects. And then tier 4, which is 10 years plus or minus, and just keep those projects at the ready. And all the parking throughout the program land in tier 4 for all the tiers that I have seen today. And so that's kind of the approach. And next slide, please, Ariel. So they're going through this. They've been looking, if you've seen like hybrid scenarios and other equity scenarios, so that they're going through this process. I think a next big meeting to turn into is the 6th expansion on the 24th, next Thursday. That's the discussions will continue. But what I'm showing you right here is our actual overall bigger calendar. The pandemic began in March of last year. The board was informed that the program was unaffordable in April, and then we started moving forward. In December 22, the board adopted a transportation improvement plan to put a placeholder on the projects, a delay on the projects, so we can get our arms around what makes the most sense. We had a very active public engagement survey. I think I heard we had 31,000 participants in some fashion, which is great. What the board chair would like to do is have potentially there's adoption. What's the framework? What's the flexible framework as we move forward in July? And then in December, approve a budget trying to reflect where we're going to land. So, my takeaway from this is it is a project process that is going on as we speak. I saw the letter from all the cities along the BRT program. That was great. Appreciate that letter. That was very well received. It was actually kind of interesting because the board chair actually read through every city that signed that letter. It wasn't just, we have a letter in favor of the BRT. It was, here is all the various folks and agencies that support the BRT. So that was a really good letter and a very, very well received letter. And we appreciate that because I know Bothell was a part of that. So that was really just my quick summary of the realignment. We have the affordability gap to address. We're looking at the criteria I went through: ridership, completing the spine, equity, who's been waiting the longest. And this is going through this series of iterations, coming up with which projects could end up in which tier. And a while ago, the 405 BRT came out in tier 1, the 522 BRT was down in tier 2. And I think I've seen one since then where BRT 522 got moved back up to tier 1. So it's a moving project, but we appreciate all the letters of support, all the input that we received from elected council members, from the citizens, from our partner agencies. So it is we're watching it being done right here in live time, and so that's really where we stand today. I would like to briefly jump into the BRT itself and give you a quick update on that. We'll start with the 405 and the next slide, please, Ariel. So the 405, and this is the yellow line on the right side of your map, 37 miles long from Linwood to Burien. It'll be run as those 2 lines I spoke to. S2, Linwood to Bellevue. S1 is Bellevue to Burien. We're looking at 11 stations. We're in 8 cities. We have 3 newer expanded parking. There's parking in Kirkland and a couple parking facilities in Renton. We're going to connect to Linwood Link in Linwood. 522 is going to connect in South Shoreline. 405 is going to connect to Bellevue East Link at the Bellevue Transit Center. And then 405 South or S1 will also connect to Tupelo International Boulevard Station. So that's what I think was really awesome about this program is we're really connecting that web of high capacity transit on the east side. Expected ridership for the 405 is 19 to 6,000 riders by 2042. 2042 is the horizon year when all of the Sound Transit 3 projects would have been built, pending realignment. And that's where those numbers come from. So, is there a question? Oh, okay. How about the next slide, Ariel? So the north end of the 405, and this is something that we just talked about. Lisa and I, Sound Transit and WSDOT, we work together, hand in glove on this. And I have the next slide. I'll speak briefly to this. This is working with WSDOT is really what makes the north end of the 405 BRT sing. That's what really makes it better than we had imagined. So that's why we're working so diligently with the 405 team and what's their funding plan, what's their schedule, what makes sense for the Sound Transit 3 schedule. And the real massive benefit to this is at Canyon Park, at the transit hub, that's the term that we've given where the 405 BRT and 522 BRT will meet, and that is where I-405 and State Route 522 meet. So it gets a little confusing, but that's actually where the 2 lines are going to come together, and they're going to transfer there. So that's what we have going on there. And if you look at the next slide, and this I think gets to what Councilmember Thompson was asking about. If you look at the graph on the top, the gray bar is existing ST service that would go from Linwood to Bellevue. I don't know if it's the 535 or the 532, but that's existing data. The SD3 project is estimated to reduce that time from 50 to 55 minutes. As we spent the last couple of years refining that project, we got that down to 46 to 51 minutes. And then WSDOT came forward with, at the time, the money for the express toll lane project, the North End project that Lisa was talking about. And when we did that, instead of running in what I would call the outside general purpose traffic lanes and having our bus stops like at Canyon Park and other places up at Brickyard, up on the shoulder, you go up the ramp and get back down the ramp, we would run in the center of the 405 with these express toll lanes that WSDOT is providing. And that's where we really get that time savings. And that's why it's so critical that Sound Transit and WSDOT are working so closely together and when to deliver this project. And that's subject to what Lisa was talking about, their situation and our realignment process. But we are working together on this. How do we make this happen? What makes the most sense? And so that's really a key piece to making the 405 happen in a partnership that I like to share with everybody. So that's what's going on in the 405. On the technical side, 405, the environmental document is complete. We are finishing up our 30% design, and that would complete the preliminary engineering phase of the 405 BRT. And those designs will be finished early next spring. And then preliminary engineering will be complete. And then we'll look forward to moving into the final design phase, which would be subject to the realignment process. So the 522 BRT, which, like I said, it goes from Shoreline, the Linwood Link Station at 148th along 145th, 522, and then we'll go through Bothell we'll serve Bothell campus, Beardsley, and then it will meet the 405 at the transit hub in the middle of 405 and 522. We have 3 new or expanded parking facilities there. That's in Lake Forest Park, Kenmore, and Bothell. And there's about 12 stations across the 4 cities there. At one point we had the BRT going all the way out to Woodinville Transit Center. We didn't have any capital improvements as part of that, and it made that that segment a little harder, more of a challenge for consistency, for steady running times. And so we've actually worked up a better situation to serve the Woodinville Park and Ride with some regional express service. That actually makes more sense. So now basically we're saying that 522 ends at the transit hub at 405. So where we're at with this piece is, oh, I'm sorry, I have one more slide. I have some good stuff to talk about here. So I just want to quickly highlight kind of the big key decisions and key refinements that we've made for the 522. We're working with WSDOT in the city of Shoreline for a roundabout at 145th and 5th. And this would have a transit signal, which would give the buses priority into the roundabout on its way to the Linwood Transit Center at 148, which allows us to shorten up that bat lane and allow that business and transit lane. It's a good partnership with our agencies, and it's a good cost saving measure. So it's the win-win that we're looking for. We have been able to do some work, shorten up some of the business and transit lanes, keep the same efficiencies as far as speed and reliability, but make those less expensive. We did a major aha moment at 145th and State Route 522, where we're able to repurpose a lane, save a lot of costs with roadway widening, and still provide the speed and reliability improvements that we're looking for. So these are the things that we've been doing with our partners for the last couple of years. We made some adjustments to the right-of-way, not the right-of-way, the alignment in Lake Forest Park, to move us away from some single-family homes that could have been impacted by the new business and transit lane. So that was a good win. We've been looking at a lot in Bothell. As you know, at one point we were looking at potentially impacting the Yakima fruit market. We came up with a better plan to do some restriping, shorten that lane. And if I remember right, this idea actually came from Bothell staff, which was great, a great sign of the partnership we have. So that decreased the impacts and helped us with the costs as well. So that's everything that we've been doing for the last 2 years. We're still pursuing a parking at Lot P, which is just south of Popkini. That has always been, that was a representative project. And we're working with staff to see if maybe we can do a little something else out there with Popkini itself. But I'd like to bring up all these refinements because what that's enabled us to do, decrease our project costs. We have completed the environmental review. That is done. And we've completed all of our 30% drawings. We've gotten our comments back and addressed them from, I think, if not all, most of the cities on 522. So we're really where we want to be at this point in time. Environmental is done, preliminary engineering is done, and now we're just looking for what's the next step that comes out of realignment. How do we, what's our launching point for our next step? So through all this, through all the last year, we've actually landed where we need to be, where we want to be, and I think that's a testament to all the partner agencies that we have along this alignment. So that's good. But now, we'll go back to the realignment process and see what is next in store for us. I briefly wanted to touch on the bus space. Next slide, please. In the Canyon Park area, this is we're looking at up to 120 buses. That is a combination of regional express buses plus the BRT buses. It would have the operation control center, maintenance, cleaning, repairing of the buses. We'd have employee parking on site. It's planned to support battery electric buses. We are looking to have half of the 522 BRT fleet be battery electric buses. And that's really exciting because that is Sound Transit's actually first foray into battery electric buses. So we're excited about that. We're excited that the 522 BRT gets to be our jumping off point for battery electric buses. And then, as Ariel said, the Sound Transit Board has approved a funding agreement with the City of Bothell for this transfer of development rights study. And I think it's on your consent calendar today to move forward with Burke, which I believe is the consultant that your staff has selected. And I like to point out this and the other little things. These are the things that we've been doing collectively to keep the project moving through this uncertainty of the last year. These are the things, especially this transfer of development rights, that will go a long way when we get this worked out and how we're gonna make this happen. So that's kind of my summary on the bus space is we're doing everything we can do with the city to keep this moving. You know, we're still working with the alignment, but we're doing everything we can do to keep our project moving. And the transfer of development rights studies is very exciting. We're very excited to see how that plays out. And so I do have one more slide, which is basically our next steps. So an independent review firm called Tri-Unity, they've presented at the Sound Transit Board a couple of times, is looking at updating all the cost assumptions and methodologies across Sound Transit, across Sound Transit 3 to see things need to be tweaked, things were missed, things were look good. Just help us get a read on that. The realignment process continues. I went to that schedule with you earlier. And then the big step of any project is when we go to the project to be built for the board. They say, here's the project, here's where it's going to be, here's the stations. And we're looking forward to the project to be built decision. We're looking forward to when they like to have us and consider this project. You know, we've done our 30%. We're where we need to be, and that's the next step. And that's just basically sitting aside for a little bit as the realignment process completes its exercise. So the BRT is in a good place, particularly 522, and now we are kind of wrapping 522 up and looking for some direction on what we can do, what we can do next. So that was my summary of the realignment and the BRT program, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have. Councilmember Dewar.
Is that okay, Mayor? Do you?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Paul.
He jumped the gun. Go for it, though.
Thank you for the very positive update. However, the decision isn't made yet as far as realignment. So what date?
Correct.
What date does that happen?
Well, I think Ariel wants to jump in here as well.
Yeah.
Set July as to come up with the framework, and then there's been some discussion about if that's still the schedule that they'd like to keep. I haven't heard anything different, but maybe Ariel has some insight that I don't have.
Sure. So we as staff have been told that we are working towards a July 2021 realignment decision date, and that date would be at the full Sound Transit Board meeting, which is the 4th Thursday of the month. And so I want to say that's like 23rd, but don't quote me on that exact date, but the 4th.
So it's July 23rd.
Yes, July 23rd. Yes. So, however, there have been some board members that we know have requests into the board chair to maybe delay this decision a little bit so they can work through a little bit more of the costs and the independent analysis that's been coming in. You know, we as staff are just going to be ready whenever they are. But we, as far as we know, the decision date is still that July board meeting.
Okay. So I had a couple other questions. When you talk about supporting the spine, any chance the spine is 5 and 405, or is it only 5? Because in my mind, there's more than one spine.
Yeah, I don't actually know the answer to that question, what they've considered the spine. I always think of the 5 itself, but I don't know why I do that, but you're absolutely correct. But I'm not quite sure how they consider the spine, because I would agree with you, 2 very distinct spines that go up the two sides. Like,
yeah, I would
across
agree.
The top.
Yeah, when board members, I should say, talk about the spine, completing the spine, what they're usually referring to is the light rail spine that sort of like is the feeder network off of the main Seattle line. So completing it down south towards Tacoma, completing it up to Everett and Boeing Field up there. That's usually what they're talking about when they refer to the spine. But I would also agree with you. I think there's more than one spine in the area.
Right now we're creating an I believe, with not quite connecting the ends of 405 to 5. And so I think as a system, it would behoove us to make that connection. So I'll just make that plug. And then I wondered when it comes to how decisions were made in terms of the criteria, I noticed that the budgets of the various projects were not part of the consideration. And I guess it concerns me somewhat because my understanding is that the BRT projects are actually the only projects that are on budget. Has that changed? Is that still true? And is there some factor, is that taken into account with the realignment at all?
Is your question, or the projects sit with their budgets part of the realignment decision making? When I look at the list that's a great question. When I look at the list of criteria, it doesn't look like they were looking at taking that approach. It sounds like they're looking at more of a holistic approach to the projects, and they're aware of what the cost challenges are, particularly in some of the other projects. But I'm not sure if they've actually. I think looks like they're more of the holistic. What makes the most sense, and then they might get into that discussion as this process goes on, but their initial cut was what's the holistic across the 3 counties, what makes the most sense.
And can you remind me, in that list of priorities was the ability to deliver on time and also the promise of early wins? Do you think that plays into the decision? I mean, I know it looks good for us, but I'm feeling like Debbie Downer at this point a little bit. So I want to know what my odds are.
No, you're getting me close to start advocating for my project, which I probably can't do. Not that others can't.
Pretty close. I'm there.
But this is the list of criteria that Ariel was just pulling up. So you want to rephrase the question after looking at this? I'm not quite sure what you're asking again.
I'm looking at, no, it doesn't look like that's one of the criteria either.
Paul, do you want to talk about the cost pressures of the BRT lines and what sort of box we're working in?
Sure. Actually, I have some numbers somewhere. So the 405 BRT is actually, if I go back and look at the Sound Transit 3 numbers compared to all of our phase 1, which is 10%, phase 2, it's really held steady at right about $1 billion, all in, and that's been pretty good. On the 522 BRT, the SD3 money was estimated about $360 million, and then we actually find that project and realize there are some things that were overlooked and simply improperly accounted for. When we finished our phase 1, that was the project we found. If you remember, that went up to over $600 million. But then we spent the second year bringing those costs down, getting those costs down to under like $560 million. So the 405 has been holding steady, but that doesn't mean we're not going to let our foot off the gas on how to keep reducing that project and keeping it efficient. In the the 522, we've definitely been making some great strides. That list I went through on that map is testament to that, but we will continue to work those costs down as much as we can. So, we're in pretty good shape compared to other things, but that doesn't mean we're gonna be able to take our foot off the gas on how do we find efficiencies and how do we make this as efficient as we can.
No, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. It's super important. I have 2 more comments or questions question and a comment. So on slide 10, Brickyard, is Brickyard still the direct access ramp? Or is it a direct access ramp or an inline station? Is that still part of the project?
It's an inline station. It's still part of our project. We currently have a task order with Lisa's group to do the project, what we call the project development phase, which is take it to, and they do all their work, design, build. So we take it through enough design, get it cleared environmentally so that they can put that project on the street, advertise it for a design builder. So that is still part of our project. And that's what, to really connect Canyon Park and the transit hub and all of this, Brickyard is really the key to that, because that's what gets us to that 33 to 38 minutes. Otherwise, the buses are trying to move in and out from the inside to the outside, and it really doesn't work. So Brickyard is still in the project. WSDOT is taking that to the project development phase for us, so we can be in a position to move forward with it, because that's part of the system here that really is going to make this thing.
No, that's really good to hear. I guess I have a little concern when WSDOT's talking about phasing, how that would interplay with your work.
Right. That's a great question, and that's part of our math. Our homework is, how's this going to work? How do we phase it?
I'll be watching for that.
Fantastic.
Sorry, did I interrupt?
No.
Okay. And then as far as the North Bus Base, I appreciate the update. Actually, I have another comment and question, but I'm really happy to hear that there'll be battery buses, because obviously that will have a huge impact on our air quality. And so that does ameliorate some of the concerns. Can you remind me when the bus base is due to be open?
We needed to have it open to take the buses for the bus line. That's what we're looking at. If it's going to be 25, is it going to be 26? It's caught up in the, well, we'll call the turn realignment process, but it is the critical piece for the BRT program, because it needs to be up early would be in time to start to receive the buses. And so we're still refining that schedule, but that is a critical path item to the whole success of the BRT.
And how much does some of the improvements on 405 impact not just the commute time for BRT, but the bus access through that traffic for BRT? And I guess what I'm asking is Sound Transit lobbying for certain improvements to make operations more efficient?
Well, the buses themselves will be coming out the bus base and then going to the 405 on 527.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is how we're going to take the buses to and from the bus base. We're not going to take them through the Canyon Business Park. So that's how that's going to access. But the 405 improvements themselves are what really makes the program.
But they're getting on and off 405 to do BRT, correct?
Yeah, they're getting off 405 at 527 to say that bus is going to start. They'll get 405 up to Linwood, turn around, start their run.
Gotcha. Okay. And then one more question. I'm sorry for taking so long, but I'm obviously very interested in this topic. So at one point in EAG, and granted this was years ago when I was on EAG as a council member, which I'm not anymore, Metro was actually saying that they were not planning on integrating their service with the BRT.
I don't know, and I can say that's still not the case. That's not the case. Part of what we spent a lot of time working on 522 is how do we provide conflict-ready service, not competing service. All of our 522 BRT stations are planned to be double-length platforms, which means you can have two buses there at the same time. And in those cases, one of those would be a BRT bus, and one of those would be our partner our partner agency. A long time ago, we had some different stops. And it's like, well, if you want to transfer from one to the other, you gotta walk down a block or just like that. That makes sense. So we actually, all of the 522 platforms are being designed to accommodate 2 buses at the same time. And one of those would be Stride, and one of those would be a partner bus.
Perfect, because I guess my concern is if we're not going to have parking garages, people need access in other ways.
Yeah. So we're planning our stops to.
So would that also accommodate bus or bike storage or some sort of access for bikes?
Still working on the bike storage, and that's actually a really interesting question on the bikes themselves on the buses. If you look at Swift puts the bikes inside. Rapid Ride has the buses as a rack on the front, and part of that math is bikes on the inside take up room. So do you need that room for riders, or do you have that room for buses? So that we haven't gotten to that detail yet, but we will certainly be carrying bikes on the buses. We just haven't, figured out exactly inside or outside, and because we've seen both examples. Both examples work well for Swift and Rapid Ride, but we haven't set on ours yet. So that's something we'll be getting to eventually.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your patience and your indulgence in my grilling.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate all of your work and working especially with city staff on a solution to save Yakima. So
yeah, you bet.
Presentation.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, thank you for coming and presenting to us tonight. I have a couple questions also. First off, if I'm excited to hear that 522 appears to be in Tier 1. If we can write more letters to make it likely that it stays there, let us know. We will happily write more letters. Brickyard, on that direct access ramp or the inline lanes, are pedestrian access ramps still included in that project like they were originally or at one point in time?
That pedestrian bridge is out to the stop. Yeah, those are included. I like to think of Brickyard similar to Mount Lake Terrace.
Okay.
We have that, which that's Mount Lake Terrace is a little more simple than Brickyard, but yes, that is the plan to get tires there from the pedestrian bridges and then circulation stairs and
that's both sides, right? From the parking right.
Currently, we're looking at both sides. The side to the east was not always part of the project. We're looking at including it as part of the project.
I would like to encourage that. Bumps up next to a multifamily zone. There's a lot of people that live there, and it'd be nice if they could get there also. Councilmember Dewar brought up an interesting question about bikes. Instead of carrying them on the buses, have you considered secure parking for those so they don't have to go on the buses?
We've talked about putting bike parking at the parking garages because we have the facilities to put them in. We could put some parking at the stations themselves. We are a little constrained for space out there, and that's part of the equation. But that, we haven't finalized the exact design of those stations. But yeah, that sort of thing comes up. Where would it make the most sense? Would people like those there? Would they rather be on the bus? Would they rather be in a structure? So, but that's a great Councilmember Thompson.
Not many people would take the bus by driving there if they had to take their car on the bus with them. So having a different expectation for bikes versus cars when bikes take up so much less space in parking,
absolutely
doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
It seems like based on what you said that when the WSDOT project finishes doesn't affect the delivery time for the service for S3, it would just affect the travel time for the buses. Is that the case?
For S3 or S?
Or the one that goes north on 405.
Yeah,
is that not 3?
Yeah. That's 2.
Oh,
that's okay.
I just sound like I knew what I was talking about.
That's all right. That's an inside baseball there. Well, I guess that's part of the question is if you look at the original running times we were on the outside, but that's putting a capital investment into there. That's putting to stops. There actually was some improvements at the top of a couple of those ramps with some additional lanes and whatnot. So that's part of our question would be, depending on when WSDOT can move forward, do we want to put an interim investment in here and open with the original service, or do we wait to bring the whole thing home together with WSDOT? And it's a little hard to answer that right now until we figure out the realignment process. But you're exactly hitting on the exact questions and conversations that we're having with WSDOT and we're having with the board about what makes the most sense. What would we don't want to have to build any throwaway if we can help it. Mm-hmm. So let's not do that. But we also, understand that we'd love to deliver the BRT, and both us and WSDOT have our own challenges. So we're trying to work that together. But the points you bring up are actually points that we look at and think about as well.
Okay. From your point of view, I've asked WSDOT about it, but not you. Would it affect delivery timeline, or could it affect delivery timeline if we were willing to take the express toll lane north, where there's only one, and turn it into a bus lane? Would that help us get BRT faster?
I don't know. I mean, that's a good question, because it would still be, is that going to be the interim fix until the dual express toll lanes come through? And do we want to put our, because then we're back on the outside stops at Canyon Park and Brickyard right on the ramp. So we're really not, it's not conducive for us to run in some sort of a center lane. So I don't actually know the answer. It's a very intriguing question. But a lot of our challenge would be, we still got to get, now the ramps run, the stops run the outside ramps, we got to get there and that sort of thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we obviously it wouldn't save all money if we only cut out that part of the project, because we'd still have to put the lanes from the inline station down there. Yeah. But if there's a way I want to get bus rapid transit to Bothell as soon as humanly possible. And if there are things that can delay instead of cancel that help us do that, I would like to explore all of those options. You're like, hey, me too, Mason. Well,
right. That's a great question, observation, Mason. We'll write that down.
All right. Next
calculations
thing.
Already.
Yeah. Next thing. P South, the city-owned lot. One of the things that you said is all of the parking has been delayed till Tier 4, which is 10 plus years out.
They haven't done that yet. They haven't made any decisions yet, but that's where the parking across the DC has been landing.
Would that affect, I'm assuming that would effectively end P South, because like the city, we can't just hold on to that for 10 years.
Right.
Okay.
We've had discussion with the city about, you guys have been very great to work with, but you're like, at some point we need to do something with this property. And
I've been told that we've made it clear that our preferred option would not be P South. It would be something on the school district property. And I've also been told the school district is willing to work with you guys on that. How are those conversations going?
We are having conversations with the school district. I actually have not been part of those conversations, but I know those are going on, and I think Bothell staff has been there as well. So those conversations are going on. I can only be sharing what I've heard secondhand about the conversations, but I've actually been there. But yeah, those conversations are going on.
Okay. And I just want to make it clear, we've sacrificed a decent amount in Bothell. A lot of acres in our regional growth center are going to be paved over and not producing tax revenue for us forever. The regional growth center and downtown are probably the two highest value areas. I would very much prefer that we can put housing and services on P South, and that we can put the parking garage where the parking lot already exists, where we already don't get tax revenue from it. Because, as I'm sure everybody says, our budget's not been so hot either. So just having that long-term hole blown up in it is not something I am personally excited about at all.
Understood, yes.
That's my list.
Great. That's all.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, I am not seeing any others. Questions or comments? So thank you, Paul and Ariel, for coming and speaking with us, presenting, giving us the update on that.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. Very glad to do that.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that will take us to our council committee reports. Does anyone have a report they would like to present? All right, I'm not seeing any hands or any yellow cards on that, so we will move on to visitor comments. So I'll just say, in keeping with Governor Jay Inslee's emergency proclamation 20-28 regarding open public meetings, the city has accepted visitor comment in writing as well as accepted sign-up sheets for those who wish to speak at tonight's meeting. Written comments submitted to the city clerk no later than 3 p.m. today were forwarded to all city council members and are part of the record. So city clerk, I believe we do have some people waiting.
We did. We received 16 written comments, so I'll go through those really quickly. Most of them were on fireworks ban. The first was from Maryland Spring fireworks, Sandy Alta regarding fireworks, Tenny Lee regarding fireworks, Lori Dunham regarding fireworks and affordable housing, Jean Dern regarding fireworks, Robin Savage regarding fireworks, John and Judy Carpenter regarding fireworks, Naomi Chube regarding fireworks, Tim Williams regarding fireworks, Richard Molitor fireworks, Margaret Thayer fireworks, Mary Herner fireworks, Tess Davis regarding fireworks, Suzanne Byer regarding fireworks, Brian Mitchell regarding fireworks, and Denise Bogallo regarding rent moratorium extension. So all those were written. They've all been made part of the record. You should have received a copy of all of those. And next we have several people that signed up for live comment. The first person is Jim Morrison. While we're paneling him in, I will say to all of the citizens that want to speak, you'll have 3 minutes and we will be timing you. So the first person is Jim Morrison. Jim, go ahead. You're muted, but once you're unmuted, you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, very good. Thank you for having us. My name is Jim Morrison. Paul Guthrie and I worked with the North Shore School District for over 3 years to establish the North Shore Veterans Memorial, which is located at the entrance of Popkini Stadium. We were able to dedicate that on Memorial Day 2019. Paul and I are 1964 graduates of Bothell High School, Vietnam combat veterans, and active members of VFW Post 3348 and 4314. I'm also the district senior vice commander of District 2, which oversees all the VFW posts in the greater Seattle area. Paul is a lifelong Bothell resident, and I lived for 29 years in Woodinville and Kenmore. Our graduating class lost 2 members of our class to the Vietnam War, and that was the initial incentive for Paul and I to start a memorial honoring those that gave their life for our country. Currently, the memorial is inscribed with the names of 17 North Shore students who made the ultimate sacrifice, spanning from World War II to current conflicts in Afghanistan. The memorial was completely funded by donations from the community and has been very well received. And what we're here tonight for is to ask the Bothell City Council to consider renaming Northeast 188th Street between Bothell Way Northeast and 92nd Avenue Northeast to be renamed Veterans Memorial Drive. This would help people understand, or it would help people know that the memorial is there at the entrance of Popkini Stadium. It would also honor veterans that never attended North Shore schools but were from the Bothell area. It honors them, and then indirectly it honors all veterans. We are also asking if you would consider installing directional signs pointing out on Bothell Way, both ways and different ways, just a sign pointing that North Shore Veterans Memorial, turn left here or whatever, which would also help to increase the I could help people to know that the memorial is there. This has been done in several cities throughout the United States, throughout Washington, throughout King County. Two local, Kent and Des Moines are two examples that have veterans memorials. And I-90 has been designated the American Veterans Memorial Highway. So there's a lot of precedent within to do this already. So that's why we're here tonight. We ask for your support, and I would like to say that we have already, Councilman Agnew's already indicated to us that he thinks it's a good idea. So we're asking other people to support the idea and get this done. Thank you very much for your help and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Paul Guthrie. Just a second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll make this really short. My name is Parl Guthrie, and I've lived in the Bothell community pretty much my entire life, and I still do. My kids and grandkids live in downtown Bothell, so I'm very fortunate. As Jim said, we graduated from Bothell High School in 1964, and I just want to reiterate what he said. We've worked both very hard on this issue, and we wanted to make sure that the men and women who gave their lives to our country are honored in the way they deserve to be. So in addition to having the North Shore Veterans Memorial, we're asking the city of Bothell help honor them in changing the street that borders Popkini Stadium, which is 188th Street, renaming it Veterans Memorial Drive. Other cities, as Jim said, have been doing it, and we would just like Bothell to help us do the same thing. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up, we have Megan Builder. Megan, you're on mute, but go ahead as soon as you're ready. Megan, I don't know if you can hear me, but you're on mute, so I can't unmute you. Do you want me to go to the next person, Mayor, and then we'll come back to Megan?
Please do.
Okay. Next up is Andrew Nelson. Go ahead, Andrew, whenever you're ready. I'm sorry, Andrew, we can't hear you, and you're not on mute, so.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Maybe it was the microphone.
Yeah, I'll restart.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I was saying I wanted to thank council and city staff for raising the pride flag yesterday. That meant a lot, that little ceremony. I wanted to thank especially council members Thompson and McCullough for being there and raising the flag. I also called in about the firework vote. You know, I'm curious about the if there's any data that the fire department has or city has and how much strain fireworks put on the department for the, you know, that week or maybe even just the 4th of July. I know that we had an advisory vote before on this topic, and it'd be nice if we had it again, but I know that they're expensive. So if that's not something we can do, then it's not something we can do. But I voted yes on the bans. Now you know I'm going with this. Personally, I'm not a fan of fireworks. I think the tradition has outstayed its welcome. I think we need to think about the Bothelite veterans who suffer from PTSD. We have to think about animals, both wild and domesticated, who run away from their homes and or lose their homes. We need to think about property damage from fireworks. This is sort of anecdotal, but I used to work at a dog kennel in Woodinville, and when we were walking the dogs, they obviously didn't like the fireworks and made their stay worse. And I'm sure there are dog kennels in Bothell that would probably agree, but ultimately fireworks to me aren't a sign of patriotism. Doing things for the community is, and I think as council members and city staff, you know that. DEI, for example, in the Pride Flag event and Proclamation, that's patriotism. The Juneteenth Proclamation, to me, that's patriotism. That's what it's about. I also wanted to comment on the Sound Transit presentation. I learned a lot. So thank you for the presenters and thank you for your time, all of you.
Thank you. We'll try Megan again, see if we can get her so we can hear her.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
we can. Okay. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. 14 years ago, I'm here to speak about the fireworks ban. So 14 years ago, our family lost our home to fireworks. And it was on the 4th of July, 11 o'clock in the morning, when I went in the garage and noticed smoke and then flames shooting through. It literally took 20 minutes for the entire roof to be engulfed. We lost a pet that day. We lost all of our possessions. The community was great. They really gathered around us. I'm a long-time Bothell resident. The fire also that quickly went onto the fence, crossed the fence, onto the neighbor's roof. And so it was a traumatic event, and it was because neighbors in the cul-de-sac behind us were shooting off fireworks. So, that's, just personally, I have a reason, but also just for general safety of the community. And I was looking at some of the Washington State Patrol statistics. And so I noticed that 26 out of 39 cities in King County have now banned fireworks, and 11 out of 19 in Snohomish County. And so the ones that haven't tend to be the more rural, low density areas, which Bothell is no longer. We have a density of 3,600 people per square mile, and I think close to 50,000 residents now. And of course, the council probably knows these statistics better than I do. And so when you have that kind of density, and we all know that Bothell is growing and becoming more dense, which is a great thing for our community. But continuing with the firework, when all of these other communities have banned it, just doesn't make sense. Also, next year, unincorporated King County will ban fireworks. Unincorporated Snohomish County on the southwest side is banning this year. So I also worry, are some of these people going to come in to Bothell because it's safe to do it there and it's legal? And I support the parade. My kids are in the parade. It's a great thing. I support public celebrations, community celebrations. And so I guess basically I feel like the fireworks is unsafe for many reasons, including the veterans and pets, but for people and the accidents that happen.
Thank you, Megan. I'm sorry to cut you off, but your time is up.
No problem. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next on the line, we have Tran Larson. Tram, you're muted, but it's, so there you go. Can you hear us?
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tran Larson, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Housing Justice Project. We provide free legal aid to low-income renters facing eviction in King County. I'm calling to urge this council to follow in Ken Moore's lead last night and pass renter protections. 2020's point in time count showed a 5% increase in homelessness from 2019. So we have a housing crisis that existed long before the pandemic. Over 200,000 households in Washington state are behind on rent, according to the U.S. Pulse survey from April. And an estimated 60,000 of those are in King County alone. So if we estimate about 2 to 3 people per household, which is the average, that means that there are 120 to 180,000 individuals at risk for homelessness, which would completely collapse our social services system come July 1st. I'd like to reflect on Council's Juneteenth proclamation and make it clear that housing is a racial justice issue that largely impacts the Black community, who make up less than 7% of the county's population, yet we're represented in 34% of all evictions filed. Evictions have been shown to be a leading cause of homelessness. So is it a coincidence that Black folks make up 25% of the unhoused population? Only 12.5% of evicted respondents find new housing. So when we talk about equity and generational poverty, we need to be talking about housing. A common argument that we hear against renter protections calls them duplicative, and state legislation already did that. So what's the point of local cities doing this now? I ask, if it is duplicative, what's the harm? Regardless, recent legislation, 1236 and 5160, does not prevent local jurisdictions from passing their own stronger renter protections. Representative Macri has stated that was not her intention and hopes that cities will do better. King County right now has $165 million in rental assistance funds, but organizations need time to set up the infrastructure to distribute those funds. Not a single payment has been processed. And legal aid clinics need time to hire up and train new attorneys so renters can actually exert their right to counsel. If landlords, including small landlords, just need rent paid so they can pay their property taxes, there is funding available, and they should be required to access it first before they try and evict. At the end of the day, though, we are comparing the severity of someone losing their home, their entire livelihood, to someone losing money on an investment. As a society and as a council, are you going to value property rights over human rights? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Caitlin Heinen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, council members. My name is Caitlin Heinen, and I'm a staff attorney at the Housing Justice Project. Our organization provides free legal assistance to low-income renters facing eviction here in King County. And I'm calling to stress how important it is that this council consider passing strong renter protections at the municipal level, and quickly, before the moratorium is set to expire at the end of the month. From top to bottom, federal, state, local, all eviction moratoria are set to end on June 30th. Yet we can already see the homelessness crisis in our communities worsen as a result of the pandemic's economic fallout. Imagine what that will be like when there is no longer a prohibition on evictions based on non-payment of rent. So it's time for Bothell to follow the lead of its neighboring municipalities like Kenmore, Auburn, or Burien. And I look forward to seeing concrete solutions proposed before low-income communities are pushed over the eviction cliff on the other side of the moratoria. I hope to see meaningful action taking on low-income renters' burdensome debt loads from what was the worst year of most everyone's lives. The Puget Sound has had an eviction crisis for some time now, which was only exacerbated by the pandemic's economic fallout. Here at HJP, we've received 8 times the amount of calls from Bothell renters during the pandemic than from the year prior. To expand on the Council's Juneteenth proclamation earlier this evening, as my colleague stated, housing is a racial justice issue. More than 80% of landlords in King County are white. And while Black community members comprise only 7% of the county's population, these community members make up more than 35% of evictions filed in the year 2019. Your constituents need more than proclamations of solidarity. You all are in a position of unique privilege and power to impact real change in folks' lives. And that's the best part of the job that I get to do. I get to see the results of my advocacy in the courtroom every day, helping individuals. What I don't have is the ability to impact multiple individuals with one action, just like you do. Your constituents need action to back up these proclamations of solidarity. They need safe and stable housing, and they need to remain in their homes as our city's economies begin to recover from the pandemic. Renter protections don't prevent landlords from providing housing. Rather, it prevents renters from falling into homelessness before they can access necessary resources such as rental assistance and eviction defense counsel like myself and my colleagues. If landlords want the rent paid, there are rental assistance funds available at the state level, and they should be required to access that before consulting with an eviction attorney. So I'm encouraging the council members to further look into passing renter protections for the city of Bothell.
Thank you, Caitlin. Your time is up. Next on the line, we have Silji Sodal. Go ahead, Silji.
Good evening, Mayor Olson, Deputy Mayor Zorns, and honorable council members. My name is Celia Sodal, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the North Urban Human Services Alliance, or better known as NUSA. As several speakers now have said, we are only 2 weeks away from the expiration of the eviction moratorium. Several rental eviction prevention policies were passed this last legislative session, as you know, but they likely will not be implemented in time, and as a result, there is a significant gap, and many may still lose their housing come June 30th. And as you also know, last night, Kenmore passed an ordinance extending the eviction moratorium through the end of this year. So many renters in Kenmore and also in Bothell and across King County are struggling with rental debt due to the COVID-19 pandemic and need time to get back on their feet. Important protections like this will help prevent homelessness and make sure that landlords are accessing rental assistance instead of evicting. We urge you to do as Kenmore has and protect the housing stability for everyone in Bothell. And we thank you for your leadership and for your time this evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next on the line, we have Cindy Donahue. Go ahead,
Hi, everyone.
Cindy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Cindy Donahue, and I am also, just like Celia, is a board member for NUSA. And I'm also the center manager for the Kirkland Hope Link. And one of our cities that we serve clients from is the city of Bothell. Various social services they get from us, including financial assistance for rent. But I do additionally want to talk to you about the renter protections. We are about 2 weeks away from that eviction moratorium to expire. And there are still more Bothell residents who need help with rent. And because of the sweeping rental eviction prevention programs and support passed this last legislative session that will not implement in time, there is significant gap and many still losing their housing come June 30th. last night, as you are aware from previous mentions in the speaking, that Kenmore passed the ordinance 210525, extending the eviction moratorium. The city of Kirkland is currently meeting right now to vote on tonight along these same measures. So many renters in Bothell and across King County are struggling with rental debt due to COVID-19 pandemic and need time to get back on their feet. Important protections like this will help prevent homelessness and make sure that landlords are accessing rental assistance instead of evicting. You know, we just talked to a landlord, one of my staff last week, who is eager for June 30th to happen so they can evict the client and the tenant. And this is very disturbing. I understand tonight is the last council meeting until July, and we urge you, the mayor and city council members of Bothell, to do as Kenmore has and other cities and protect the housing stability for everyone in Bothell. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Mayor Olson, that is the last person I have on the list to speak. I don't know if anybody else is in the audience wishes to speak, please use the raise your hand function. I have a Carol. Amy, could you panel Carol? I can't see her last name. Carol Barnett in, please. Looks like she would like to say a few words. Carol, go ahead. Carolyn, go ahead when you're ready. You're on mute though. Carolyn, did you wish to speak? Apparently she didn't. So we'll kind of back out. If anybody else wishes to speak that's in the audience, please use the raise your hand function. I'm not seeing anybody, Mayor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude our visitor comment, and we will move on to executive session, and we will adjourn to our executive session regarding litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, parent 1, parent I. It's anticipated to last for 30 minutes with no action.
And Mayor Olson, would you consider a 10-minute break before we engage that executive session?
I will. Yes, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will move into executive session that we anticipate to last for 30 minutes. So
actually, if we could take a 7-minute break and then begin executive session at 8 p.m., I will resend the link to everyone, and I apologize specifically to Councilmember Dewar. I resent the invitation once, and there was a ding while she was asking questions of Sound Transit, so I apologize for that interruption. So.
All right, so we'll do a break until 8 o'clock, start our executive session for 30 minutes at that point. So we anticipate to be back to this main session at 8:30. Welcome back. We will be moving on to the consent agenda. We had one item pulled, AB 21-085. So the approval of functional replacement agreement with WSDOT to begin design on Shop 1. Councilmember Dewar.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
We have to, I believe, go through the item that was pulled first. So do we have, Deputy Mayor Zorns, I believe you pulled that item?
I did. I spent some time talking about this and diving into it, and I thought it would be worth getting a little bit of a spotlight on it and clarifying some of the decisions that were made in the shop replacement. One of them, it started off with the market value of the shop being made a little over a year ago, and the chain of events that went through on how we decided to negotiate with WSDOT. So I was wondering if we could go have just a brief overview on that. And then I'm also curious about how long do we anticipate, since WSDOT's going to be probably, we're working around their schedule, how long are we going to be without a shop there and until we get a new shop built and in its place? What are we anticipating?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I can tackle those questions, or attempt to, for you, Deputy Mayor Zorns. Thank you for having me here to talk about Shop 1 and the agreement you're considering tonight. So just to provide a little bit of history, and I'm not sure if all the council members are familiar with Shop 1. I think of it as kind of our hidden gem in public works operations, because I don't think many people outside of public works know we have that city facility tucked away off East Riverside Drive and Brickyard Road, but it is an essential facility for us in public works operations, and it provides significant functional value to us in operations. So when WSDOT initially approached us in 2019, and to be honest, we knew for quite some time that this portion of the I-405 expansion project would impact Shop 1, but we didn't know to what extent until they approached us in 2019. So when we had those initial conversations, we learned that essentially the project line runs directly down the middle of our shop building. So we knew demolition of the shop building would be required as part of the WSDOT project. And in those initial conversations, they explained to us they would be presenting us with a market value offer package, but they also presented the potential of pursuing functional replacement. And certainly we saw the value of looking into that potential from a city perspective. And quite frankly, it's not a process they've gone through many times, but given the fact that the city is a partner with them in this regional project, it's one they were willing to consider. So that got the ball rolling on the steps to pursue functional replacement while they were concurrently putting together this market value offer package. So in 2020, we did officially receive the market value offer package of around $800,000. And for us, that just solidified the value in pursuing functional replacement, because we knew $800,000 would not be nearly enough to rebuild on the site, and especially not to rebuild, purchase another site and rebuild elsewhere. So that really reaffirmed for us the desire to pursue functional replacement. And that is when we submitted the official letter of interest to pursue functional replacement, which did not take the offer off the table. It just expressed our interest in pursuing this alternative approach. So as part of that conversation, WSDOT agreed to provide initial funding so we could perform the initial survey and consultant work to develop the site plan and the high-level preliminary cost estimates for rebuilding on site that you see in your package. And the preliminary estimates for design, construction, and all other project costs came in at around $3.8 million. So certainly from a monetary perspective, there's value in pursuing functional replacement, but for us in public works operations, it's really beneficial because we get to, we don't lose our shop building function, which is important to us on that site. So I don't know if that covered your first question. And
no, it did. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. And then I'll let you get to the second one.
Yeah. And as far as how long we'll be without a shop. So obviously for the WSDOT I-405 capacity expansion project, the priority is demolishing our old building because that's where their construction is going to occur. So you see in the initial agreement that there is a deadline of June 2022, and we believe we can meet that deadline, but we are all in clear agreement that when we get to that 30% design, we'll be revisiting all timelines, including demolition of that old building. And we do anticipate we will be without a shop for about 6 months to a year, potentially, just depending on the timeline of construction. And that will be part of that 30% conversation as well. So the project manager and the consultant we bring on board that will all be funded by WSDOT will include a review and proposal on what we do in the interim period when we're without a facility.
Okay. Well, a couple of things. Thank you to you. And I know credit also goes to the rest of the staff there in one, building the relationship with WSDOT, and two, having the foresight to not lose this asset that we really need for keeping our streets safe and clean, and heaven knows what else. Then the other thing is that when it's all said and done, it would really be fun to come look at it and appreciate what you're doing. So, you know, toot your own horn there at some point, because I would like to come and see what you're doing there. So thank you for taking time out of your evening to do this. It means a lot.
Certainly. Thank you.
All right, so we will need a motion for AB 21-085. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I move that we approve the functional replacement agreement with Washington State Department of Transportation for the design work related to the replacement of Shop 1 with no city funding obligation at this time.
Councilmember Dewar.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Deputy Mayor Zorns with a second by Councilmember Dewar. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
Thank you. All right, on to the remainder of the consent agenda. Councilmember Dewar.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Councilmember Thompson.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the remainder of the consent agenda with a second by Councilmember Thompson. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns?
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Mayor Olson?
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew?
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
All right, thank you. Takes us to our next item, AB 21-088, consideration of ordinance prohibiting the sale and use of consumer fireworks in Bothell. So I believe we will have interim city manager Aaron Lenhart start off this one.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So just as a reminder, any restrictions greater than state law associated with fireworks become effective 1 year after passage, which is why when Council asked to reconsider this item that we brought it at tonight's meeting, since it's the last meeting before July 4th. There was an advisory vote in 2016 that did not support a ban. Just as some situational awareness, since then, last year, Snohomish County implemented a ban in unincorporated South Snohomish County that will be effective this year. And recently, King County adopted a ban for unincorporated areas that will be effective next year, 2022. Just also for situational awareness, our neighboring cities already have bans in place. So that includes Kenmore, Kirkland, Woodinville, and Mill Creek. And staff has no recommended action this evening. However, we have staff here prepared to respond to council questions. It includes fire and police chiefs, as well as the city attorney and myself. So with that, I will turn it over to council.
Thank you. Who would be like the council member doer? Thank you.
I'll speak first. I missed the vote last year because of my son's graduation, so I felt terribly guilty. Because I guess we're talking about it because I didn't get a chance to weigh in. I will say that in my neighborhood, for the last few years, we have had people coming from outside of the city of Bothell that park their cars in front of my house and my neighbors' houses and set off fireworks. That annoys me to no end. I just don't understand why we wouldn't ban them. I understand we had an advisory vote, but things change, and I don't believe that a few people's enjoyment is worth the cost to our fire department, to people's safety, to people's well-being, PTSD, for veterans, for other people, for pets, not to mention the air quality issues. It's just unbelievable. It's like living in a war zone on July 4th. And so I urge my fellow council members to vote to ban them. After hearing the testimony of the woman who lost her home, what is a firework worth when someone's lost their home and their pet? I don't see the reason to carry on as we become more and more like the last remnant of places to go. That means we reap the benefits of all the people who want somewhere to go to set off their fireworks. So I can't state strongly enough how much I would like to ban it. I'm going on vacation. I'm worried about my home, on my neighbors. When they go on vacation, they worry about their homes. And so please consider banning fireworks. It's not worth it.
Councilmember Agnew.
Well, I support the ban. I support the ban for a number of different reasons. I worked in the field for a number of years, and I can tell you almost every 4th of July, I treated somebody that probably blew off part of their hand, a house that caught fire, and worse. And I know we had a vote the last time, and it was very, very close. I think we should ban this. We always can rescind this ban if enough people want to talk to us about why we should. The chief and all the firefighters will tell you the first thing they do when they get their schedule is see where they're working the 4th of July and see where they're working Christmas. but the 4th of July is the first one. Because if we have a hot 4th of July, like we're supposed to have, we're going to be a tinderbox. And with that being said, they're just going to have to work a lot harder. I know some of the toughest shifts I ever had were the 4th of July, you know, where I was up all night just going from far to far to far to far. So with that being said, I support the ban.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard over the last 2 years quite a bit from our community about this. And so the people watching can understand what we hear, I'm simply going to read some excerpts from what we've been told by people who live in Bothell. I have been a resident of Bothell since 2007. Love the community. I grew up loving the 4th of July as a kid. However, once we moved to Bothell, that has changed. I dread the holiday because of fireworks. Next, those who say that fireworks are an American tradition are correct, but is firing them over your neighbor's houses, possibly starting fires, houses burned down, damage to personal property, and littering American as well? Because this is all I've ever seen since moving to Bothell. I grew up in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, population 80,000. Fireworks were banned, and I never heard anyone complain ever that the celebrations on July 4th were not American enough because we did not blow up fireworks. Next, in 2006, our house burned down when fireworks were set off in the cul-de-sac behind our house. We lost all of our personal possessions as well as a loved pet. The fire quickly jumped the fence and damaged our neighbor house as well. Next, over the past 17 years, we have seen an array of injuries and damage that have occurred in our neighborhood as a result of our citizens using dangerous fireworks. We have seen everything from severe burns to yards and trees caught on fire. Working in healthcare, I see much worse injuries as a direct result of fireworks. Every year, I have to alternate between calming my terrified dog and sneaking outside periodically to hose down flaming bits of firework debris in my yard while trying to make sure my terrified dog does not escape when I go out. Every year, we suffer with the intense and sustained use of fireworks well beyond the time designations. Despite the fact that many pets in the neighborhood can be heard barking, crying, and howling, sadly, our neighbors do not care. Many suggest we should just leave town, but many lack the ability to do this. I personally would love to leave town, but the sparks from my neighbor's fireworks rain down in my backyard and on my roof every year. So leaving my home at the risk of catching fire during hot, dry weather is just not an option. Next, it quite literally sounds like a war zone around here, especially because we live in a small ravine, and the smoke gets thick enough that it triggers my asthma. I'm all for celebrations, but not at the cost of freaked out children and pets. Until my son was about 10, we had to put blankets up on his window to try and deaden the sound. I can only imagine what it's like for kids with sensory issues or who are on the autism spectrum. Next, year after year, I wait and hope that my house does not burn to the ground on the 4th of July. My neighbor has been asked repeatedly to refrain. She refuses. Our neighborhood actually created its own ban on neighborhood fireworks and made sure all neighbors were informed both verbally and in writing. Our neighbor cheerfully ignored the Homeowners Association prohibition and lit off the largest amount of fireworks seen to date in our neighborhood. I stood in front of my home last year for 2 hours with my hose running. Not exactly the way I envisioned spending the holiday. Next, the year prior, in 2018, the fireworks in our neighborhood struck a tree in front of another neighboring home. That tree caught fire and flames were reflected in the upper story window, making it appear that the entire second floor of the home was on fire. The fire department was called, and most of the smaller children who were out and about became hysterical. In the past decade, my windows have been hit by fireworks. My front door and front stoop has been repeatedly hit. Our neighbor discharges her fireworks about 50 to 100 feet away from my house. My husband and I keep an old Jeep vehicle that is no longer operable in our driveway. Its sole purpose is to function as a makeshift physical barricade against fireworks. Next. For the last 2 years, I have left Bothell and gotten a hotel room in Redmond from July 3rd to July 5th due to the constant firework activity in our city. It sounds and smells like a war zone with constant explosions and smoke in the air for 3 solid days. It causes significant anxiety for myself and trauma for my dogs. Next, During the 2 weeks around the 4th of July, I see fireworks set off in grassy fields, aimed at houses and set off at all times of the day and night with no respect to the other people living in the neighborhood. I've hosed down my yard and picked up debris every year on multiple days. I've drugged my dog to deal with the noise, and last year we even went to Canada to avoid the worst of the fireworks here in Bothell. I've got a few more, but I'm going to stop there. If we continue to allow fireworks, we are telling these community members that the fact that their house burned down and their family pet burned to death in a fire don't matter as much as a few more of their neighbors' desires to enjoy things that go boom. I don't know how to tell these people that because half a decade ago, 53% of people think that something is fun, that they have to suffer in terror, that they have to leave the city, or that they can't leave the city, even though they want to, because they're scared to lose their family home. Or that it's just a base expectation that to live in Bothell, once a year, you have to drug your kids or pets so they won't cower in terror all night. So to my fellow council members, what if it was your house that burned down? What if it was your house that is going to be the next that will burn down? What if it was your veteran father who cries when he talks about the 4th of July, that he wishes he could celebrate because he's proud to be an American, but instead it brings back the very worst moments of his entire life? What if it were your kids sobbing in your arms at 3 a.m. because they lack the context to understand what's happened and they are terrified? This is what fireworks do to our community. And I am perfectly capable of having a barbecue with my neighbors and being patriotic without setting off explosions. Councilmember Dewar covered the every surrounding area thing that I was going to say, so I won't do that since I'm going long. But anybody who's knocked on doors in our community that are near the border have heard about this a lot. Finally, our job is to make policy decisions. We have plenty of data in front of us to make a decision without another advisory vote. We don't go to advisory votes for many things we make decisions on, and I see no reason we would need to do so for this. Now, that vote gave us some information that 53% of people, as of 5 years ago, would have preferred to keep fireworks, and 47% would not. And that's one aspect of our decision, even though I could easily see those numbers being reversed now. The drought we are currently having and a month and a half of choking smoke last year have brought awareness of climate change to new levels. Every year, the risk of allowing fireworks gets worse on the 4th of July. And it's only going to be so many years before more tragedies happen. Tonight, we could vote to keep tragedy from happening. We could vote to let small children and pets sleep comfortably in their bed. We could vote for veterans with PTSD to not have to relive the worst moments of their life in order to celebrate the country they love. And we can vote for the overall good of Bothell, and we should do so. Thank you.
Anyone else like to comment, say anything on this item? Deputy Mayor Zorns?
I'll try to be brief and try not to be too long-winded here. We've had this discussion before, and off the record, we've talked about it frequently. The biggest thing that who gets affected by this are the people who legally use fireworks. The people who illegally use fireworks will continue to, and they already don't obey our laws because we have Seahawks and New Year's and that sort of thing going on. But with a ban, it makes it really easy to know who's shooting illegally because it's illegal for everyone. And we know that in cities that have it illegal, there's still illegal fireworks going on. That said, being heavily judicial in how fireworks are used has some very very profound reasons. One speaker spoke to PTSD. That's at the top of my list. We have a neighbor who fought in Afghanistan, and 4th of July used to be his favorite holiday, and it isn't anymore. And we have wildlife that are traumatized. I swear I see the birds and the wildlife around the area shaking for the next day or two after 4th of July. Property damages is not a small thing. Trees that take 100 years to grow can be up in just a matter of minutes. Pets, people who need to sleep. The injuries, I think Council Member Agnew spoke to unscheduled amputations that happen with illegal fireworks, air quality, all of those are big things. What concerns me about this bill, we have a time frame. We need to make a decision. I am not arguing against making a decision. I think we need to make a decision. I noticed that our fine is very excessive. I don't know if anybody else looked at that. Arlington is $103. Tacoma is $257. Our fines are up to 90 days in jail and $1,000. And so, you know, that's going to get somebody's attention if they're using it illegally. The other piece is that there are parts of legal fireworks that are quiet. They're unobtrusive. Your PTSD, your wildlife, your property damage, trees, pets, sleeping, injury, and air quality significantly much better when you use quiet, subdued fireworks. There are cities that have ordinances that require sparklers to be non-wire, so there's not burns that happen. So I would like to see us do something that allows children to celebrate the 4th in ways that we experienced in a safe way, but still allows our fire and our law enforcement to identify people who are using fireworks illegally. So there is a city in Auburn that has a long list of fireworks that are acceptable. I contacted MSRC about restricting and going for quieter fireworks, and I got the response back that says, your proposal to restrict fireworks, except those that do not make explosive noises, seems technically allowed, as it is more restrictive with state law. There are cities that have percussive laws or percussive or concussive laws. I think that's too complicated. I think if we have a short list of safe, stays on the ground, is not airborne fireworks, that it allows a nod to tradition that everybody loves and deals with these profound, serious effects that we're trying to avoid. The other thing that we need to be aware of is that we're not the only ones that this is a tradition for. There are other ethnicities, other nationalities that live in Bothell, that fireworks are part of their tradition. Maybe not on the 4th of July, but fireworks are part of their tradition. And I've heard from other law enforcement that it puts them in a bind when they're trying to put a good face on being a good neighbor, and they come across a group from another country enjoying fireworks, and the perception that this group of people who are enjoying fireworks is being targeted. So we need to be careful about what we're setting up our law enforcement to do. They're walking a very hard, fine line on being part of a functioning, healthy city. And so we don't want to set them up to enforce laws that they would rather not, because it's going to be construed. Now, I am not saying let's go for the big explosives or even the small explosives. But on some level, I think we need to accommodate those who want to do fireworks. So it's all about being a good neighbor. And I think both sides need to give. And the people who like to explode things need to give more. So, and since we represent all of Bothell, I think we need to be mindful of that. That's all I have to say.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of the council members that have spoken previously. I think it's important that we, open ourselves up to listen and hear from our community. And as we received many letters from our community wanting to ban, we've received letters from our community not wanting to ban. And so what this reminds me of is being able to have a conversation and agree to disagree, but be able to have that conversation in a positive and open dialogue manner. And I think that's, at this point, it feels to me like there's a perception that if we don't ban fireworks, that we are against those who suffer from PTSD or have animals that are suffering during a specific time frame. And I want to make sure that I just state that at no point do I feel anybody is stressing that any one group is more important than another group, or at least that is personally how I feel about it. I also want to say thank you to city staff, the chiefs of police and fire. I sent a pretty robust list of questions to Aaron, the interim city manager, asking some of the questions I think that our community would want answered as we look to make this decision. And something that pops out to me is the fact that a council decided to go to the community to ask them what was important to them. And while we talk about percentages, we also have to look at the percentages of the diversity within our community. And the deputy mayor touched on something that I wasn't going to speak on tonight, but when you start talking about taking away things from community, a sense of community, you must understand what it means to all of the community. And we had a vote, an advisory vote, which is just an advisory vote. And I believe Councilmember Thompson brought up a percentage of 53% to 47%. But that's a percentage. What was the total number of voters? And I asked that question merely because everything that we do is based on votes. If you're elected as a city council member, you're elected by a percentage or a number of people who feel you should be there over another percentage. And while we are elected by a percentage or a number of voters, we're elected to serve all of the voters, the entire community, not just the 20,000 people that vote or the 10,000 people that vote, but all of the voters. And it's important to listen to all of them equally and understand where they're coming from. And in such of asking that question, it was interesting to me that the vote was actually separated out of 21,436 votes by 4,336 votes. So it was interesting to me when we look at the percentage, it doesn't seem like a lot, but yet the total number of voters that voted in favor of keeping fireworks is a much higher number than what separated some of us who actually are sitting on the dais right now. And so it's important to understand that regardless of who voted for us or didn't vote for us, we must represent them. With that said, there were some other questions that I had asked about how many injuries have taken place, how many fires have been caused, how many have been caused outside of the 4th of July on one specific day. I think it's important for us to understand what those statistics are, and hopefully you've all had an opportunity to read through some of those questions and some of the answers. I think it's also important to understand what's happened around us with the communities that have actually banned fireworks already. We are quick to make decisions on what we think is right, but what is the ultimate underlying impact going to be long term? And so the Councilmember Doer brought up the fact that the fireworks are legal in the city of Bothell right now. And so people came from outside of the city to light them off in her neighborhood. Well, the question bears that would those people come into the city and light them off anyway because they were legal in Snohomish County or unincorporated King County? Or now that they're illegal, would they light them off in our community? So the question becomes, if we ban fireworks, is that going to stop people from lighting fireworks off? Are people going to not drive to go buy illegal fireworks? Because if I'm not mistaken, and maybe this would be a good time to ask the question, if I go to a reservation and I buy an aerial firework, is that legal at this point? And maybe I can ask the city manager to answer that, or have one of the chiefs answer that.
I think that's an excellent question for Chief Suberlick, if you wouldn't mind.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. The question posed by Councilmember McNeil about if you go to the reservation and you buy fireworks up there, typically on the reservation, most of those fireworks are just deemed illegal. They're the oversized mortars, the big things that go bang, M80s, tennis ball bombs, things like that. So yes, those would be illegal.
So even though they're legal, fireworks are legal in the city of Bothell right now, those are in fact illegal.
Correct. Theoretically, they're not supposed to leave the reservation with them. Once they leave the reservation, they're illegal.
So they're actually, in fact, breaking the law as soon as they leave the reservation.
Correct.
Okay. So if we did not pose a ban and somebody were to go to the reservation, drive, and they did not live in the city of Bothell, drive to one of our neighborhoods and light that off, the time in which they left that reservation to drive to the city of Bothell, they have already committed a crime, and then when they light it off, they've committed yet an additional crime. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're in possession of illegal fireworks, and then they've detonated them, yes. Okay.
And I'm assuming that that has been taking place over the past 5 years when after the advisory vote was taken. Is that correct?
Yes.
And out of all of those that have been lit off, I guess you would, under terminology, lit off in the city of Bothell specifically, how many of those have we actually prosecuted over the last 5 years?
None. We have not issued a single citation since 2011. We have our firework emphasis patrols, and at least over the last 5 years, the people that were contacting are in possession of legal fireworks.
They were in possession of legal fireworks?
Legal, yes.
Legal. And are those the legal fireworks, are those the ones that you would purchase at, say, a church, like the pop-up firework stands?
Yeah, your standard fundraising firework stands that you see in the different municipalities.
Okay. And those are legal to light off. And can you explain maybe a little bit about what the difference between what something you would buy at that stand versus a reservation would be?
I'll do my best. Typically, the ones that you get at a local fundraising stand that are approved, they're the Safe and Sane fireworks, and they're deemed legal through the state fire marshal and Washington State Patrol, I believe. They have to meet a certain size for, I believe it's the explosives, and forgive me, Tom, if I'm probably somebody from fire knows this way more than me. But that is really what separates it. It has to do with the amount of gunpowder and explosive involved in the firework.
It looks like you have a lot of fire chiefs here appearing to back you up, Chief. I don't know.
Chief, if you'd like. Good evening, Council Member McNeil. I can give that a stab. Generally, what we're talking about is the amount of gunpowder and explosives in the device. At a certain size, they go from safe and sane, to which you would purchase at the local stands, at the grocery store, and the church parking lots, to illegal. And those are the ones that you're either purchasing at the up on the reservation or online in some other capacity. It's mostly about size. They go from what we traditionally called Class C to a Class B. It's not; those are older names, but that's what we traditionally refer to them as.
Okay. And so, like a smoke bomb, the little whistling Pete's, the things that go across the ground, the black snakes, those types of things that most of the younger kids are lighting off. Would those be the types of fireworks that would be at the local stands, or would that be at the reservations?
Those would be at the local stands. A lot of people, I'll add to that, a lot of people think that anything that goes up in the air and explodes is illegal. That's not accurate. You can legally purchase mortars. They just have to be of a certain size. And I believe 2 inches, the maximum, 2-inch diameter is the maximum size that can be purchased legally at our local stands. Anything over that is illegal, and is if you find those, they're probably purchased from one of the reservations nearby.
Okay. And you said the fire marshals and the state patrol consider the local fireworks safe and sane. Do they, when they consider them safe and sane, do they take into consideration some of the topics that were brought up about animals and individuals with PTSD, et cetera? Do they take that into consideration?
To my knowledge, no. It's mostly fire hazard and explosive hazards that they're considering. For example, the reason bottle rockets are illegal is because the thing blows up, but the stick exists that it's attached to, and it floats to the ground, potentially still on fire, and causes fires. And it's also they're also very difficult to control, and you don't know if they're going to go right, left, backwards, forwards. And so they take into consideration just their overall lack of control on some of these pyrotechnics. Okay.
And what would constitute probably the largest single cause of property damage caused by fire from fireworks? Is that the aerial stuff, or is it? I would have
to say aerial stuff. Aerial stuff for property damage. Sparklers and firecrackers are 1 and 2 for bodily injury type calls that we respond to.
Okay. And I know you're not medically able to probably answer this question, but is there a case study on sound effect of what affects people with PTSD and animals, like a size of, I guess, gunpowder or mortar or anything?
I think that's difficult to answer, Councilmember McNeil, because the quantity at one, as we all know, as soon as it gets dark, there's literally thousands going off. So I've not seen that study. I can tell you that last year we sent one of our own home because he was experiencing PTSD, and he has 2 tours to the Middle East, and that kind of hit home for me.
Okay. And serving here in Bothell, do we find that any of the neighboring jurisdictions that have illegal fireworks were free from those fireworks, or did they also have fireworks of any kind going off within their communities, even though all fireworks were illegal?
Most of our neighboring cities, as you know, they're illegal, and the fire marshals that I've spoken to, there are the enforcement issues, of course, but a lot less than what we deal with legal fireworks, or with fireworks being allowed, because I wish I had a percentage for what amount of fireworks are legal versus illegal in Bothell, but I've never done that study.
Okay, but any firework in a neighboring city like Kenmore or Woodinville would be illegal, correct, including safe and sane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, did they have any fireworks being lit off in those communities last year?
Some. Sure. Yep.
Okay. Okay. And then when we talk about the fireworks, the time frame in which fireworks are typically lit off in within our city of Bothell, is it typically a 1 week period, or is it a 48-hour period? What is the duration in which you see the uptick of fireworks being lit off?
Chief, did you want to take that one?
Well, I would just say we have a the rule is 1 day. On the 4th is the only allowable day we allow fireworks, but we sell them from the 1st to the 4th. And so we will see them from the 1st through the 4th being lit off, but we only have 1 day that we can actually legally discharge them in the city.
Okay. So even though they're sold during that period of time, they're illegal except for 1 day.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I just want to thank you and city staff for responding to all the questions. It is, you know, I struggle with this because, you know, I care deeply about members of my community, and I don't want anybody to suffer because of someone else. But what I struggle with the most is typically what I'm hearing is, regardless of an illegal ban on fireworks, to the best of my knowledge, even if we ban fireworks today, that's not going to stop people from going and buying fireworks from a reservation and leaving the reservation illegally, as the chief said earlier, because that already is an illegal act. So if they're already creating an illegal act, by us banning them is not going to stop them from creating that same illegal act, in my humble opinion. At the same time, just having learned and hearing from other leaders around the region who have already banned fireworks in their communities, having a ban does not mean that people are not going to light them off in their jurisdictions as well. And I know for a fact that they've been lit off in Woodinville and Kenmore and other areas because I've talked to those leaders to understand that. And it has, to some degree, decreased the number, or what appears to be the number, of fireworks lit off. But being illegal, whether they're legal from a stand or illegal from a reservation, the fact that they're illegal in that community completely and they're still being lit off tells me that that's probably what we will experience here in Bothell if we were to ban them. I also struggle because I know that regardless of lighting off big bombs and mortars and things like that, that kids like to go outside and light off little smoke bombs and little black snakes and all the things that I used to do. And I'm probably pretty sure that many of you did when you were kids, and your parents were there, and the neighbors came out, and you all just kind of celebrated together. And, you know, I think that, you know, our ban's not going to be in effect this 4th of July, but I think, you know, we can all reflect that we're going to be celebrating an independence of coming out of a pretty significant pandemic, and being able to get out and just celebrate to be together. And so while I hope that we don't see any significant property damage or personal bodily injury, I do believe that I feel that even if we ban the fireworks, that we're still going to have an issue. I guess one last question I would like to ask, and I think the deputy mayor brought up a point about enforcement and different forms of community. How would we actually enforce this, and is it actually enforceable if you don't physically see somebody lighting them off?
I'm assuming that's directed to me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
We actually have to witness it for us to issue the citation on that. So typically when we do fireworks enforcement, we'll send out, we have normally 2 officers that work the 4th of July, and they go to take the different complaints that are in the queue that come in. On average, I think last year we received, somewhere around 70, I think, firework complaints that were in the queue for us to respond to. We get there, we take a look and see if they're possessing illegal fireworks. A lot of times it's the mortars that we get from the safe and sane fireworks stands. As far as enforcing illegal fireworks, yeah, it's easier if there's fewer people letting them off and you can get to the neighborhood. And clearly if somebody's letting off fireworks, it makes it easier to enforce. I try to have my officers take more of an ambassador approach when we're responding out there. Trying to build relationships in the neighborhood versus the people that show up and seize all their fireworks. That's kind of what we've been doing for at least the past 5 years that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I think it's important to also understand how it would be enforced and what that enforcement would look like. But it just strikes me that you actually have to physically catch a person lighting off illegal firework, or if you catch somebody with an illegal firework, that's illegal, correct? That's right. I mean, am I right or wrong on that?
Yeah, if they're in possession of illegal fireworks, that is definitely a violation to be in possession of those, and we would seize those if we can.
Okay. And has that been the case or no?
Honestly, I can't remember the last time we seized illegal fireworks on a 4th of July emphasis. We've found them in cars. Typically, it requires us to get a search warrant to get them out of the cars if they don't want to just relinquish them to us.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, so I guess I'll just close with, again, I'm struggling with this. I believe that I feel like illegal fireworks should be illegal, period. But for those who choose or want to have an enjoyment with their kids and light off legal, smaller fireworks that are not going to cause significant harm to animals and or others within our community, I think those types should be looked at. And I think Deputy Mayor Zornes brought up the city of Auburn. I've heard that they do have a program down there to help with that. So I hope while we have and we talk about the banning of fireworks, we also talk about the opportunity to find a balance for both sides of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this robust discussion that we've had. I just have a few things I want to add. I think there's been lots of points that I'm in agreement with. I think it's very striking, the air pollution that happens with the fireworks. Just how it remains the day after, and just the debris, the littering, just the garbage that just seems to linger for quite a while afterwards. Speculating that it's some of the people that are coming from out of town and they don't have the same investment in the community, so they just light them off and let them fall wherever they may. And another piece of this I see is the enforcement on this. It really makes that interaction with people that are setting off fireworks, it's just like, oh, I thought they were the legal ones, or it gives them some plausible deniability, and I think it just makes it simpler for the police to be just the better ambassadors to go, and I see that education would be necessary for the next couple years, because people will definitely not, honestly know that that if they are made illegal, that change was made. So I think it just gives a opportunity for the police to educate people that are bringing anything in, setting them off. So yeah, so I'll be supporting an ordinance prohibiting the sale and the use of consumer fireworks in the city tonight on this item. Councilmember Dewar, I think I saw your hand up a moment ago.
Well, I just wanted to ask the chief a question. I didn't think to ask him a question until Councilmember McNeil was talking, and it brought up a question in my mind, which is, I don't want to make it a leading question, but as with any law, there are people who get away with it and there are people who don't. And would it be accurate to say that making things illegal depends a lot upon the majority of people following the law because it's the law?
Yeah.
In other words, people generally
are law-abiding.
Adhere to the law.
Correct.
And so when you make something illegal, you're relying on a certain number of people, a majority of people, to follow the law. So to say that, oh, well, people are already breaking the law or it won't do any good, to me seems like a false argument, because if that were true, then I wouldn't have imports from Kirkland coming to set off fireworks in my town because it's legal in my town and it's not legal in Kirkland. I mean, we definitely have more fireworks happening in the city of Bothell than Kirkland or Woodinville. There's no doubt. I've been through there on July 4th. It is not a war zone. And so I guess I'm asking you as a law enforcement professional.
If the vast majority of people adhere to the law, it does make it easier to enforce. If they don't, it's a little bit more challenging.
That's what I was wanting to hear.
All right.
Whether it's fireworks or any other thing, we make laws and the vast majority of people follow the law.
The vast majority of people typically do.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
You bet.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a few questions to fire. Can a legal 2-inch mortar purchased at a church still start a house fire?
I could let Fire Marshal Noble answer that, but I would say yes. Any firework can start a house fire. It just depends on the weather and what's going on and the circumstances, but absolutely, especially anything that's lit off, it leaves the ground and has potential to get into siding or the roof structure has a chance to start a fire. I don't know, Fire Marshal Noble, do you have anything more on that?
No, that's accurate, Chief. If it's going to go up in the air and it's on fire and it lands on a cedar roof and it's at weather as predicted, it's probably potentially going to cause a fire.
Okay, thank you. And the neighboring cities, all of our neighboring cities that have made fireworks illegal, do they see less property damage and bodily injury than they did before, or that we do?
I honestly cannot answer that. I would assume, but I have not asked them, Councilmember Thompson. Yeah. They run fewer calls on. I do know they run fewer fireworks related calls. I have talked to the fire marshals about that.
Perfect. Councilmember Dewar hit on the fact that enforcement would be a lot easier on the illegal fireworks if they were all illegal. And I guess the last thing that I would say is that, I don't believe that the fact that people break a law means that the law should not exist. Like, people steal cars. We don't say, well, people steal cars, so we should not make it illegal. So I too will be voting in favor as soon as somebody makes a motion.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Well, I guess we were going a second round, so I wanted to ask a question to our I think mostly to our police chief, since we're talking about enforcement. So if speculating here, if fireworks were restricted and were not allowed to be aerials and not percussive, so there'd be no pops and bangs, would that make it easy enough for our officers who are patrolling to know when a firework is illegal, if it's being launched up in the air and everything else stays on the ground? I'm talking about the difference between, like, smoke bombs and sparklers versus.
Yeah, I think I understand your question. Typically, the reports that we get called on are the fireworks that make loud percussion sounds, loud bangs, the crackles, the whistles, things that go up in the air and come down in people's yards. Typically, like the snakes and the smoke bombs and the poppets and little pinwheels and things like that. Those aren't the things we're getting called on typically.
So those little things would not throw confusion in enforcement over what would be illegal and legal. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if we were to restrict it to non-aerials and non-percussive fireworks, like snakes and non-wire sparklers, if we were to restrict it to just those being allowed, would that deal with the major traumas that we're talking about, as far as illegal fireworks, being able to easily identify those that are being bought on the reservation, what we call illegal right now, and then take out the hazards of, setting trees and homes on fire? Because we do have other sources of fire, like barbecues and that sort of thing. So I can't imagine the things that are quiet and staying on the ground being a very far leap from what barbecues do. But aerials and things that get launched up in the air, that's a bigger deal.
Yeah, typically. I think another thing, and the Deputy Chief Noble could probably chime in on this, but it's also this disposal of them as well. Sometimes people don't do a good job, taking the fireworks and putting them in a bucket. They'll throw them in a garbage can and put them next to the garage. I think we had a house fire it was a couple of years ago. It kind of started that way, but we don't get those calls. Anything on the ground, it's the things that make noise, the things that go up in the air, that land on people's properties, the whistling. Those are the things that disturb people.
Okay, all right. And would it? And those are the things that you get calls for.
Yes.
But that gets your attention. Okay, all right. I think you answered my question. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, round two. So just to make sure I'm clarifying, if we decide to ban all fireworks, poppets, the little spinny wheels, the snakes, all of those, would those become illegal?
I guess it depends on how we write the statute.
All right, I don't think that poppets are classified as fireworks. The little white paper things you throw at people and they go boom. That terrified me as a child, but that's not about me.
Technically classified as a safe and sane firework. Yes.
That would be considered illegal.
Mm-hmm. You could certainly write it otherwise, but it is considered a safe and sane firework at this point. Yeah.
Okay, so to be clear, if a child goes to the store and buys poppets, and the neighbor doesn't like the fact that the kid's throwing them on the ground and making a mess and calls the police, in the situation of banning the current, what we're talking about tonight, would that child be in trouble?
I can answer that. The answer is no. We're not going to charge. We're not going to refer a child with poppets. Period.
Okay.
No
and the same thing would apply towards snakes, smoke bombs, those kind of things?
I think those are a little bit different because they're more incendiary than poppets. Snakes require a match. I'm speaking from personal experience. Snakes and smoke bombs require a match. The poppets that just with pressure make the noise, our office is not going to prosecute poppets. Anything with a match that requires an incendiary function, we will have to review on a case-by-case basis. But poppets, I won't allow it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're on the record saying that. So the next question I would have would be, we're celebrating a birthday. Kids are celebrating a birthday, and they've got sparklers, and they're going around in circles and celebrating their 10th birthday. Is that considered, if somebody calls the police on them because they don't like the way that child looks with sparklers, is that an offense that's chargeable?
Due to their age, no. Now, you can go after the parents, potentially, if the parents supplied them, but that's not something that I would have my officers enforce.
Okay. So, but is that, I believe you, Chief, and when you say that that's not enforceable, but that's you making a decision to not enforce a law, does that put you in a position where if a neighbor calls the police on a child and or a parent for a birthday party and there's sparklers involved at any time of the year, it could be right now when there's no ban, is that considered an illegal activity?
I'm sorry, I didn't get all of that. If children are in possession of sparklers, is that an illegal activity?
If they're like running around and birthday parties, kids celebrate their birthday, they got sparklers, they're doing fun things, they got blow up balloons, they're just doing fun things like kids do. And a neighbor calls the police because the fact that we've now banned fireworks and these kids are all running around with sparklers and, things you're waving and the parents celebrating a birthday. I'm merely asking this question because the deputy mayor raised a point earlier, and it actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the more it concerns me that this could actually be used to harm individuals within our community who are celebrating something that is special or near dear to them. So I'm just merely asking the question so I can understand what the impact would be on that individual or those kids or individual family.
Typically for juveniles, that's not something that juvenile courts would probably even take on. There's some new case law that's in place that would prohibit us from actually seizing any fireworks, in all likelihood from any juvenile at the end of July without an attorney giving us consent. So there's a number of things in place. I'm not too worried about the children on this. The parents could be held liable. They could be held liable civilly if there's damage that's caused by their children running around with sparklers. Again, it really kind of boils down to how we want the statute written. Again, as the police chief, I've really focused on an ambassador program and working with the neighborhoods when we go out there. When we find people that are lighting off fireworks outside of the 4th of July, outside the hours, which I believe is 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., that's where we really take that ambassador program and say, hey, you guys can't light them off. We're not going to write you a ticket. We're not going to seize your fireworks, but you got to put the stuff away and wait for the proper time.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Councilmember Dewar.
I'd like to make a motion to ban fireworks in Bothell and will entertain friendly amendments.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I have a friendly amendment. Thank you. I would.
First, you have to second, don't you?
Oh, does that have to be second? You're right.
Yes.
Second.
Yes.
Sorry.
Councilmember Thompson. You're on mute.
Sorry. You'd think I'd know how to do this after like a year and a half, but here we are. I'll second the motion.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Friendly amendments can wait for their proper place. I would like to make a motion that we exempt non-aerial, non-percussive fireworks, and along the lines of non-wire sparklers, smoke bombs, snakes, and staff can expand that list if their research says that they can do that.
Councilmember Agnew.
Just be advised that sparklers, they burn at over 1,000 degrees. And I've seen a number of kids that their clothes have caught fire because of a sparkler. You know, it's not as benign as we used to think when we all ran around with them. But remember, we all got in the car that didn't have seat belts. And we
Councilmember Agnew, I'm very sorry. There's been an amendment. We need a second to the amendment in order to discuss it. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no, I'll second that amendment.
Proceed, thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, as I said earlier when I had a faux pas, that sparklers burn at over 1,000 degrees. You know, it's not that benign. You know, and I'm not saying that we need to take away everything. And I think there's a lot here that we don't know. What are the rules going to be? What kind of fireworks? Are we banning all fireworks? I don't think we are. Are we still going to have fireworks displayed in our neighborhoods? Absolutely. People are still going to come out here. Every city that's ever banned them, people still set off fireworks in their cities. So, you know, let's be careful for what we're doing.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to the motion. I don't think that anybody has a problem with poppets. Like, I don't think that that's a problem. And I'm sure there are other categories. Councilmember McNeil mentioned black snakes. We have a deadline for taking action tonight. I would love to suggest that we simply take the action that's on the floor tonight, but we direct staff to come back over the next year, since this doesn't take effect until a year from July 4th, with a list of what they would consider safe and sane, reasonable things for kids to play with. And I think we can kind of get everybody what they want and take the time to do it the right way.
Councilmember Dewar.
I was going to make that exact same suggestion. I think it's timely that we do something now, but I don't want to rush what we decide is acceptable. And I want Councilmember Zorn to know that I mean that, and that I do want to find some exceptions and not take everything away from our kids. But you know, the sparkler situation, I mean, we heard, I can't remember if it was Butch or Bruce talk about children being burned severely from sparklers. And so I want to make sure that staff has the ability to give us some input on what's safe and what's reasonable. So that would be my preference as well, is to ban them and then come back with maybe some amendment regarding what could be considered safe. So I guess I'm agreeing with Councilmember Thompson.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm encouraged by the conversation here to not rush and make a decision. I guess I'd follow up that if I'm not mistaken, I believe we are able to do an emergency ban if necessary, based on weather and other factors. So, well, you know, depending on whatever the decision is, I'm going to support the friendly amendment to make sure that we do the research first before we do a full ban.
Councilmember Thompson.
I just wanted to clarify. I didn't hear the friendly amendment being to do the research and come back. I heard the friendly amendment being to allow them now. Whereas what I said was, ban everything now, but like with the understanding that like nobody cares if kids use poppets, and then let staff have input into a more detailed list as to what's safe and what those definitions are, and let staff come back over the coming months.
So my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the initial motion was to ban all fireworks. The friendly amendment was to allow non-percussive and non-aerial fireworks and any other fireworks that staff deemed safe and sane. So that if and when a vote is called, the first vote is on the friendly amendment to allow for non-percussive and non-aerial fireworks and any other fireworks that staff deems safe and sane. So if and when we vote, that's the first vote that has to be taken.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I was hoping that I could clarify, non-aerial, non-percussive, and our attorney's going to have to tell me if this works, with tied to staff coming back to us with fireworks that fit the bill of being non-aerial, non-percussive fireworks that are also safe. Does that?
That's going to be, so based on the time frame in which we are working, that I'm not comfortable with the scope of that amendment. I think it gives the executive branch too much power. I think it is the legislative branch, meaning y'all, have to more clearly delineate what that means. And if it's non-percussive and non-aerial, I think we can live with that.
Okay.
As something finite enough. I'm not saying we should or should not pass it, but that's something finite enough for the purposes of an amendment, for the purposes of discussion.
Okay.
But it's up to the council to make that decision.
And then there's nothing that would stop us from coming back and asking to finesse that list.
Correct.
If we said that non-aerial and non-percussive are legal, then we could come back as a council and define what those are at another date.
At another date before the current before July 4th of 2021. I don't know enough about fireworks, and I can defer to either of the chiefs or deputy chiefs. Perhaps the safe firework list from Washington State Patrol might be a more comprehensive amendment for the purposes of just kind of helping everyone out. I don't know enough about fireworks to opine on whether or not that is possible for us to do without further council approval, based on, because this is our last meeting before July 4th. So if a decision is not made tonight and there isn't a special meeting, then it's another year.
Paul, we can come back in the next year and add, correct?
You can always add, yes. You cannot make it more restrictive. You can make it less restrictive.
So if we came back in, sometime after the 4th of July and said, hey, we are going to add back these things, that would be fine. And we have a whole year to do that, right? We just have this like tiny period to make it more restrictive.
Correct. So yes, is the short answer.
Okay.
So can I ask one more question?
Of course, please do.
So with
if it's to me, yes.
Yes, it's non-aerial, non-percussive, and we add 3 items. Then we could add to the list later.
Like I said, I don't have the legal expertise right now to know fully what it means to be non-percussive and non-aerial. And so that, for me, is problematic to say that that is an amendment that I can navigate without further action from council. If we look into that and there are some things, I just don't know enough to be able to know if that is an amendment that is doable within the prescribed amount of time. We might have to have a special meeting in order to flesh that out further. I just don't have that knowledge of what that would mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I want to do this right, so I'm fine with that.
But to answer Councilmember Thompson's question, if there was a full ban, and then we got council direction to look at what non-aerialized and non-percussive fireworks are deemed safe, we could always bring back another amendment at a future date that is more permissive and allow those to occur for July 4th of 2022. If I'm understanding everyone, which I kind of think I am. Okay, I'll be over here if you need me.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you. I do have a question for Paul, clarification question. So if I'm understanding you correctly, if you're saying we do a full outright ban right now, then we can come back and make it less restrictive within a year. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah. On July 13th. Yeah. It's our next council. Our next council meeting is July 13th. You can always rescind the full ban and allow more progressive or more inclusive fireworks, less restrictive. Yeah.
Gotcha. And if we do not ban today, then we have the ability to ban at any time. The only issue would be that it would not go into effect in 2022.
Correct. It takes, if you do any ban that is more restrictive than state law, it is a year effective date. And the reason for that is, honestly, in deference to the firework industry, they obviously plan for the 4th of July, and giving the fireworks industry a year's notice that the city of Bothell that maybe currently sells fireworks is not going to be able to sell fireworks in a year. That then allows them the ability to manage their production for the upcoming year.
Gotcha. And at any time, can the council adopt an emergency ban?
The short answer is yes, only if certain conditions are met. And the only way that you can adopt an emergency ban if the conditions are so severe, and let me see if I have it in front of me. Of course I don't. Let's say.
A couple of years ago, we had a heat condition.
Here we go. So it's 837-215. Upon recommendation of the city manager, the city council may issue a citywide temporary order prohibiting the sale, possession, and use of consumer fireworks. Said recommendation shall be based upon a reasonable and articulable belief that hazardous conditions exist where the sale and use of consumer fireworks poses a severe wildland-urban interface fire hazard, increasing risk and or threatening public safety. Prior to making that recommendation, the city manager shall consult the fire chief and police chief for best available public safety information pertinent to the conditions. So in theory, yes, there's always the potential of enacting an emergency ban, but certain conditions have to be met. It's not willy-nilly. It's not up to the discretion of the city manager based on how he or she or they feels.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, I believe it's time to vote on this amendment. City Clerk.
Okay, please say very clearly, because you know I'm hard of hearing, yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
No.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yes.
Mayor Olson.
No.
Councilmember Dorr.
No.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
That's a tie. We've got 3 in favor. That's Zorns, Deputy Mayor Zorns, Councilmember McNeil, and Councilmember Agnew. And we've got 3 against. That's Councilmember Thompson, Mayor Olson, and Councilmember Dorr. So it fails.
The amendment fails 3-3.
3-3.
So we're back to the underlying motion of Councilmember Dewar of a ban, and I believe Councilmember Dewar has her hand up.
Can I make an amending motion at this point?
Yes, you may.
Okay. I'd like to make an amending motion to ban fireworks in the city of Bothell, but to direct staff to come back to make recommendations about what we could safely add as far as non-aerials and non-percussive fireworks.
I'm not sure that's I don't think those really go together. So the ban, then here's why. The ban would be in existence, but we would have to have kind of separate and apart from the ban. We could always get direction from the council to revisit the matter.
Okay, because I just wanted to make it, clear that that's what we were,
right.
I just wanted to formalize.
If I understand you correctly, what I'm hearing you saying is that currently you're supporting a ban that would be in effect for July 4th of 2022, but in the interim, you would support staff coming back with a recommendation for fireworks that would not give stress to the chief of police and chief of fire in terms of their poorly worded, admittedly, but I think that's what I'm hearing.
Well, and I have a commitment. I made a commitment when we discussed earlier to Councilmember Zorn that I would support looking at what we could allow.
What I'm hearing is that would be a ban on fireworks with a commitment, at least from you, to revisit the matter for those fireworks which could be employed in the city of Bothell that are non-percussive, non-aerial, and a low fire risk. And
Correct.
That is something that the council would like city staff to explore and bring back to council for recommendation.
Yes.
So I still think those are two separate motions. One is the full ban. And this is going to sound really awful, but I think that is, if you are making that commitment to honor that request, that's a political statement you're making that you will.
I'm trying to formalize what I think a lot of us are looking at for. So that's fine. We'll vote and then we can do that.
I think what I'm hearing is, and I apologize if I'm putting you on the spot, is that you're saying that on your word, you will entertain a motion for less restrictive fireworks if it is brought back by staff and can be safely employed in the city of Bothell.
Yeah, I think there's a majority that are in favor of that. I only voted no because of staff recommendation on the messiness of the motion and the
Understood.
Carry through on that, right?
Understood.
So that's fine. I can vote and I can make another motion.
Okay.
I withdraw whatever I might have.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
So we have the main motion at the moment for a full ban on fireworks.
That is correct.
Ready?
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none.
Okay, again, please speak as clearly as possible. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil.
No.
Mayor Olson.
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr.
Yes.
Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 5-1 with Councilmember McNeil in the negative and Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
Councilmember Dewar.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back with recommendations on fireworks or non-aerial fireworks that we might safely allow in the city.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Second.
Any discussion on the item?
And for this one, because it's staff direction, if we simply want to raise our hands, if there's four, then we can just do that. It's not necessary for a formal vote for staff direction. So if that is the will of council for staff to explore that and bring that back, please just raise your hand. Looks like we have everybody.
Could I add one thought?
Of course.
Go look at what the city of Auburn, they have very good comprehensive of what qualifies as quiet, non-percussive, non-aerial.
Right.
And it looks very thoughtful as kind of navigating people who might try to get around. So I would encourage looking at what Auburn's done.
I think Butch Noble is the clear candidate to explore that. Thank you,
Paul.
Yeah, no problem.
Great. All right. Thank you, everyone. So we are on to our next item, which is AB 21-089, consideration of a supplemental engagement letter with McCullough Leary for legal services.
That's correct, and that's my item, council members. And so this is one of those items that I can't speak too much about. This is a legal action that was initiated by the city regarding Lot P South. I'm hesitant to go into too many details. I understand that is probably frustrating for the majority of citizens who are wondering where their tax dollars are going. And we understand that this is a very litigious situation. And we've employed the services of McCullough under their attorney, Ken Letterman. He was formerly of Foster Garvey. And so for those that are watching the parallel between Foster Pepper, then Foster Garvey, and now McCullough, it's because we followed the professionalism of Ken Letterman, our lead attorney on this matter. We are hopeful that this matter will be resolved, but we are still in the processes of completing discovery and making and developing motions for summary judgment that we hope will benefit the city. And so we are hoping that the council will allow us to continue with McCullough and specifically Ken Letterman to prosecute this matter, which we feel is of great importance to the city. And I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I am not seeing any questions. Councilmember Dewar.
Move the recommended action.
Councilmember Agnew.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve the supplemental engagement letter and authorize the city manager to further engage the services of McCullough Leary regarding Lot P South litigation, with the second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson.
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil.
Yes.
Mayor Olson.
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yes.
And Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
Thank you. On to AB 21-090, consideration of a supplemental engagement letter, amendment number 2 with Madrona Law Group for legal services.
And that is also my item, council members. At the time that the former deputy city attorney, Darcy Eilers, left the city of Bothell, we miss her. She's fantastic. We don't like Kirkland for taking her, but that's a different story. We engaged Madrona Law Group in order to supplement the legal services needed to keep the city running. We then hired Deputy City Attorney Robbie Seppler to join us. But despite that, we've received several lawsuits from the Kenyon Park Business Owners Association that are both going to the Growth Management Hearings Board and to the King County Superior Court. With in-house legal counsel, we're not really set up to handle complex litigation, which is why we have farmed this out to Madrona Law Group for the appeals based on the ordinances passed by City Council regarding the Canyon Park Business Owners Association. We do have a hearing on the merits on the first item this Thursday, and we have stayed, the parties have stayed the action in King County Superior Court. But Madrona Law Group has served us well. We have confidence in their abilities to defend against these actions. And so we are asking that you approve this engagement letter to increase the amount to hopefully bring these multiple actions before the Growth Management Hearings Board and King County Superior Court to a close.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone like to make a motion? Councilmember Dewar.
Move the recommended action.
Councilmember Agnew.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Dewar to approve amendment number 2 to the August 2020 engagement letter and authorize the city manager to further engage the services of Madrona Law Group, with a second by Councilmember Agnew. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, City Clerk.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Deputy Mayor Zorns,
Yes.
Councilmember Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Mayor Olson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dewar. You're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Agnew.
Yes.
Passes 6-0 with Councilmember McCullough absent and excused.
Thank you, everyone.
Mayor Olson, I'm sorry for the interruption. For purposes of clarification, if I could clarify council members' motion regarding fireworks, the attached ordinance to the agenda bill did not ban all fireworks. It banned consumer fireworks, and firework displays that were professionally done that required a permit would still be allowed. I forgot to ask for that clarification. Was that your intent, Councilmember Dewar?
Yes.
Okay, and so if someone wanted to do a professional fireworks show, they would still be allowed. Was that, if I could take a quick poll of the remaining council members? I apologize for the confusion. Councilmember Agnew and Councilmember Zorn, or Deputy Mayor Zorns. I know that sorry, the clarification is professional fireworks shows would still be allowed with a permit. Was that your intent? Okay, and then Councilmember Thompson, I saw your hand go up, and Councilmember McNeil.
Yeah, what are you asking me, Paul? I'm sorry.
Just for clarification, we aren't banning all fireworks. We ban essentially individual use of consumer fireworks. If someone wanted to put on a fireworks show with a permit, that would still be allowed.
And so are you asking if I want to change my vote, or are you asking me if I understand that was part of the motion?
Door number 2, that's part of the motion.
Yeah, I understand that's part of the motion.
Okay, and then Mayor Olson, was that your understanding as well?
Correct.
Okay, sorry for the imprecision. Thank you.
That's my fault, Paul. Thank you for clarifying.
Well, you can thank Deputy City Attorney Robbie Settler.
All right. Well, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back with our last agenda item of discussion of the feedback from the city manager recruitment survey.
I believe we have three matters left. We have the discussion of the city manager, the council conversations, and the second executive session.
Correct.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a lawyer.
Yep.
I can't help it.
Technicalities.
I know. Okay. Thank you.
See you in 5 minutes.
The
Welcome back, everyone. So we are going on to A, B, or let's see. No, we are just having an update on the feedback from city manager, and I will turn it over to, I was hoping to find our human resources director, Matt Pruitt. Perfect timing.
I had a long-winded introduction for Heather Gantz from Novak Consulting Group this evening, but something tells me that it's not the night for it. She's here to talk about the city manager survey, and you all know her, so I'll let her take it away.
Record time, Matthew, record time. Thanks so much for that. It's good to see everybody. Welcome. Thanks for having me this evening. I have a PowerPoint that I'd like to share to walk through some of the details with you. I will try and get through it, not too quick, but quick enough so that you can continue on with your meeting. I know you have other agenda items that you still have to go this evening, but there's some good information here that I wanted to be able to share with you. So let's see. Right, I'm assuming that you all can see that. Some yeses or head nods would be awesome. Yep, thumbs up. Thank you, Councilor Agnew. I will launch into this in greater detail. Again, we did a survey of city employees and community members over the course of about a 3-week period. I think we launched it May 11th. Matthew, I think that's correct. It was the 11th or the 12th as I was looking at the calendar today to make sure that I had this information correct. And we had it open through June 1st. And then I also had the chance to speak with all of you council members, mayor and deputy mayor last week at the beginning of the week. Really enjoyed those conversations. So that's some of the things that we've done to date. Still more to do, but wanted to give a quick recap of the things that we've done so far. Wanted to be able to talk through these highlights here. We had 574 respondents to the survey. We did not have everyone respond to all of the questions, but nonetheless hovered in the high 4s, low 5s for most of the questions. So some great information from your community and employee members. This first question, what is your connection to the city of Bothell? The majority of the respondents were your residents at 74%, followed by a nonprofit employee or volunteer. And then, of course, you had city employees, business owners, large corporation employees. You had your advocacy group employees and volunteers, as well as city board and commission members. So great representation across the board. Again, the majority of those that responded, 74% were residents. Second question we asked was around traits, qualities, and characteristics that the city manager will need to be successful. Top 10 choices is what we asked for. Just a real simple word cloud here. I think I shared with some of you in our conversations. Accountability was the top ranked trait at 51.5%. Followed closely by integrity and being community focused. Solutions oriented and being a problem solver was also highly valued, as was someone who values diversity, equity, and inclusion. So those were your top 5, followed by honesty, transparency, someone that's collaborative, has some strong leadership skills, and some good communication. So those round out your top 10 in traits, qualities, and characteristics, led by accountability as your number 1. I'll pause, just feel free to chime in if you've got questions. Otherwise, I'll continue to share some great information with you. Question 3 was more around the hard skills, experience, and or background knowledge that the next city manager would need to have in order to be successful in the role. We asked for their top 5 choices. 60% chose financial budget and financial management specifically as the number one. I didn't, in my conversations with you all, that was not surprising, but wanted to reiterate 60% chose budget and financial management, followed by that vision and strategic planning. So developing and implementing a strategy and vision. 39%, also at 39%, was community development and planning, so community planning. Followed closely by community engagement, and then having a broad range of city services. So a more diverse and broad background rounds out your top 5. Question 4. Was the city manager implements the policy direction of the city council and sets the tone for the organization through their leadership. Finish the following sentence by selecting your top 5 choices. I want a city manager who, number 1, provides transparency and is willing to share information regarding decisions facing the city. 63.5%. chose that, followed closely by has a continuous improvement mindset and will strive to reduce waste and make city government more efficient, 45%. And then the other 3 can drive economic development and recruit new business opportunities to the city, creates an equitable and inclusive environment, and strives to overcome organizational biases, and hold city staff accountable to high standards. Those were the top 5 chosen. Any questions? Any surprises? I see some shakings of the heads. All right. Question 5, what do you believe are the 3 most pressing issues facing the city? Financial stability, affordable housing, and economic and business development. I see Matthew's head nodding. He's middle of my screen on my view, so thank you so much. Any surprises here? Right. We got into some open-ended questions as well. What advice do you have for the next city manager? So wanted to be able to throw some themes at you for what we heard. There was obviously when you have open-ended questions, you get a lot of wonderful information, but we tried to bring it together in a wonderful way around some themes and some repetitive information. So increasing business and development opportunities was mentioned most frequently, as was listening to input and feedback. Building relationships with the city council, boards and commissions, enhancing parks and public spaces was something that what we heard throughout the course of the comment section in different capacities. So wanted to make sure and highlight that there, highlight that here as well. Being a strong leader, making change and improvement, so that just continuous improvement mindset and continuing to focus on diversity and inclusion.
Hey, Jim. I'm sorry. Did you go to bed already? You're not online then, right?
Is he speaking to me? No. Okay.
Well, I guess my question was, do you see my picture? Because I can now see my picture.
Paul, you're unmuted.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I don't know how he got in. So I have removed Parl. Parl, you need to either join as a attendee, but if you come back, I'm going to have to remove you again. I'm sorry.
It's a first.
All right. A second open-ended question. Where would you like to see the city of Bothell in 10 years? So some really great information here. Continued enhanced transportation and walkability of the community, affordable housing, and just really the overall livability of the community was mentioned frequently. Public safety, so ensuring a safe community. And continuing to focus on business and economic development, so increasing businesses. Just overall building of a strong community. That does tie into the safe community, the livable community, but wanted to be able to articulate that separately. And then also the other one that we heard as well, that we didn't necessarily put in a graphic here, but wanted to reiterate again, was enhancing parks and open space. So as I mentioned, that was a continued theme that we saw throughout the course of the comments, and was also mentioned quite frequently here in this section as well about what you'd like to see in Bothell over the course of the next 10 years. And then question 8, is there anything else you'd like the city council to consider when selecting a new city manager? So some great information here, resoundingly finding somebody with the qualifications necessary to do the job. So strong background in a local government, an experienced leader, skilled individual that meets the qualifications for the position. That was resoundingly mentioned throughout the course of the comments. Definitely a collaborative and relationship building person was something that was also highly valued. Somebody that's vested in the community, that lives in the community and is very much interested in understanding the community's needs and interests. Somebody that's willing to make Bothell a great place to work and live in collaboration with the community, staff, and council, of course. Somebody that values diversity, is politically neutral, engages the residents and engages in conversations, is willing to get out and build those relationships. Again, all of those themes are kind of intertwined and interconnected. And then, of course, fiscal responsibility and sustainability, which has been a consistent theme as well throughout the course of the survey results. Any questions on that information? We also asked a wonderful question about how they would like to be kept informed on the recruitment and other city issues. The top one at 55% was through the city's website, followed by the email, this e-news at 44%, and then social media, various social media accounts. And then, of course, your Bothell Kenmore Reporter or other local papers, and then the city council meetings. There were a few others listed, but those were the top. Any questions on this information? Any surprises? Wanted to be able to just continue to reiterate where we're going from here. I'm going to be attending the ELT meeting next week. Looking forward to speaking with the directors as a part of that meeting and really hearing their perspective and their voice. We'll be already putting together a draft of the position profile, be sharing that with Matthew the week of the 28th, soliciting his input and doing some updates prior to sharing it with you in a council meeting on July 13th, where we'll engage in some conversations, seek some input, and then coming back to you all on July 20th for final review and approval approval of the profile before you head into your break and enjoy some time, and then we'll launch officially in the market towards the end of August. I wanted to also, I forgot to mention and share a bit more about who we reached out to. So did all of the wonderful posting on Nextdoor, Facebook. We tagged the universities, the chamber, the senior center, the Bothelites for people-oriented places. Bothell community pages had shared the information around the survey as well. The city's website, of course, the email that goes out to your city subscribers. And then we also did, or the city did, some targeted invitations to the school district and the school district board members. We did board and commission members. We also did your nonprofit and community partners, the faith-based organizations, and multi-tenant community managers. And then economic development and tourism invited their cultivated business lists that they had put together. So just a good broad outreach of folks, both direct invitations as well as broad requests for your community to participate in the survey.
I just would like to thank Becky Range for doing all of that. She was a rock star and basically got that stuff out very, very, very quickly, and even to more of an extent than what we asked her and what you guys mentioned in the last meeting when we had on this subject. She did an incredible job.
Yes, she was a wonderful partner in the process. So I know I sped through that. Any questions? Any thoughts? Yeah, Councilor Zorn, Deputy.
Yep, Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Okay, so not a question, not it's a comment. So to staff and to Heather, you guys, set the stage well. I have to tell you, I have high expectations now because we're just, we're off and running really well. So I appreciate all the work that you set up to get some really good answers, and you threw a broad net and got a lot of good public input. And I'm just proud of our community for their focus and understanding of the city. They gave us some really helpful and affirming calls to action of things that, that we think are important and they are saying are important. And so I think I'm very hopeful that we'll get a great city manager.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, Councilor Thompson.
I have more comments before 10 p.m. generally, but I just wanted to say thank you for this. I'm excited for this process, and I'm looking forward to finding and meeting our next city manager.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll double down and just say thank you. Yeah, it was not a lot of surprises in there, but it's great validation that what we all talk about and what we're thinking is actually what everyone else is feeling and expressing in the community. So I think that was great.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time and allowing me to share the wonderful results with you. I hope I made up some time in your evening.
Night.
Thank you. Thanks, Matthew. Have a good evening. Take care.
All right. We have, as our city attorney said, we have a couple items left. We have a council conversations, and then we have our executive session following that. So does anyone have a burning topic for council conversations? Councilmember Agnew.
Yeah, I actually have a couple. First one is we heard from a couple of old veterans about getting Veterans Memorial Drive. There's no greater love than the love you have when you end your life for your brother. And the veterans weren't asking for themselves, they were asking for the fallen. I think it'd probably be the least we could do is to implement that and put it, maybe have some wayfinding signs associated with it. But I think I think we need to look at that. And I'd like to get a couple of council members to say yes. So I'm done with that one.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
Yeah, I was really intrigued by the street. I meant to reply to that email because I reply to practically all the emails that I get. But I needed to do more homework. And so that just put it on the back, on the back burner. But I'm not sure how the county would allow us to go about renaming, because they went through a huge effort. This is before, cell phones and GPSs, but a huge effort of renaming all the streets by numbers. There's very few named streets left in King County. So I don't know what the hurdle is for us, which got me to thinking sign blades. We've talked about sign blades for neighborhood. Well, I've talked about sign blades for neighborhood, but maybe that's all we need on what is it, 188 that they're talking about? Maybe that's all we need is a sign blade that goes, stretches that block. But right, I think that it's a great idea, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I know we did Cougar Way about a decade ago, so it can be done.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what the process is, and I think it's a worthy cause for staff to look into it.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Thompson.
Oh, sorry.
I was moved by the people that came in public comment talking about the eviction moratorium, particularly the piece that 8 times as many people have called this service this year as last year. And we might have a significant amount of people in Bothell getting kicked out of their homes just before federal aid comes to help them, because that is in process. And I know that we don't have another meeting before the 30th. I would be interested to hear from staff how challenging that would be to go take a look at what Kenmore did, and if possible, have a special meeting about it.
Yeah, I think for me, this one, I know very little about it, and so I think finding out about Kenmore's is the first step, and seeing what the difference is, why this is really necessary versus what the state has done already. But I think there's a challenge on the staff time to get it turned around as quick on it, but I'd like to, or open to hearing from other council members. I think Councilmember Dewar, you've had your hand up.
Yeah, it's really concerning. I remember when I first got on council, I went to a regional meeting, and the statistic was that for every $100 rent increases, homelessness increases 15%. And this is well beyond $100 here or there. If people are living on the edge where $100 a month impacts them, imagine the impact of COVID and of losing your job, and who knows how quickly the economy will recover. So it's super concerning, because once people are homeless, it's very, very hard to get back into homes because of the first and last month rent hurdle, and once you're homeless, everything everything becomes harder. And I would certainly hate for us to not protect people from that downward spiral. So I'm very much interested in looking at in ways to avoid that from happening. I see city attorney has his hand up.
Yeah, I will. I'll rewatch the visitor comment, reach out to the attorneys that spoke, and see what our options are. I'll volunteer for that.
Thank you, Paul.
Councilmember Agnew.
Well, going back to asking for other council members to roll in on this Veterans Memorial Drive. Was there another council member? We had already 3.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having some technical difficulties here, but I am definitely in support of Councilmember Agnew's comments and ask to look into Memorial Drive. I think with all the things that are going on within our community, to find those supportive ways to support our community, I think would be important and pretty significant for those who have served. So thank you.
And the second item that I had was Station 45. They just took the extractor out of it, or weren't going to put it in for whatever reason. NFPA 1581 Chapter 7 deals with contaminants and cancer-causing items. Denny Wright, Al Anderson, Kirk Robinson are all dead firefighters. James Emerson, Adam Lamb, Jeff Sandman, Gary Wick, John Devers, and Dave Monahan have all had cancer. You know, when you're working a fire and you're in that gear, you sweat a lot and you get real hot. And when you get real hot, your pores open 400% more than a normal person. So it's imperative that they have the ability to come out of a fire, do a field decon, and then just go to your station and wash your gear. You know, it said that our budget was kind of short, and I understand that. But what I'd like to ask, I'd like to ask some council members if they wouldn't be unopposed to taking $10,000 out of the general fund and putting an extractor in 45s. I mean, the amount of cancer that we have going on, and I didn't even look at the old guys. You know, the old black lungers that, you know, didn't wear masks. They just went in and fought fires. Most of them are dead now.
Councilmember Dewar.
Well, I would be interested for sure, and wonder if there are opportunities for grants or whatnot in order to get that, or is it something that we could use federal funds for? I mean, I don't know how much this. I was going to weigh in and say for the Veterans Memorial Drive, you know, if it's a sign blade, that doesn't seem like it'd be a lot of money, but I would want staff's input in terms of, you know, what's it going to take, because, you know, the previous city manager, everything that we asked for was, well, okay, what are we not going to do? So I want to be a little bit cognizant of that. So I would definitely love to have staff input on if it is $10,000, you know, where would we get the money from, that sort of thing, just to give them an opportunity to research how we would fund that.
Yeah, that's why I said out of the general fund.
Yeah. Maybe once we sell Lot D. We have money.
we were the last department, municipal fire department, to put in Niedermann's, and everybody knew diesel exhausts were carcinogens. So, I mean, at some point in time, we're going to have to step up to the plate.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
So they have no extractor now, or they don't have one?
They don't have one. They have one extractor at Station 42s. But if you get a fire, everybody has to wash their gear and go into your backup gear. Well, the extractor takes a while to run and get all the contaminants out of it. So, I mean, if you have 2 fires in a day, which is, you know, it's not that common. There's no question about that. But they're just out of luck.
So it's one extractor and everybody just kind of like at my house puts their laundry in a pile and you just start moving it through.
Yeah. That's why. What? I'm sorry.
Well, no, I was, you know, I know that we lost some things because things went over budget on the, you know, the bond work for, and that's one thing that I don't want to lose is the safety for our firefighters. You know, maybe one less lounge chair, but something that their life depends on. That to me, that's not a negotiable. That needs to be part of what we do to keep them safe.
Yeah, and my heart goes out to the guys who've had cancer, because once you've had cancer, you're never the same again.
Well, we have a family member who's a firefighter who's fighting for his life.
Right.
And it's fire related. So yep. It's personal.
Yeah.
So
to be clear, I'm not against it. I just don't want to like make trees from conversations about things. I'd like staff to be able to come to us and give us a full picture.
Yeah. I know. I think, you know, have this conversation. Here's my thought is to fund the extractor, and whatever that comes out of, it's a priority that when Lot D sells, it gets put back into that kitty as a post haste. But that's my 2 bits. You guys weigh in and give your thoughts.
I have nothing conceptually against this. My dad is a firefighter who is fighting melanoma at the moment. My sympathies are not lost on this, but it is something that I think I would like to hear a presentation from staff about before I vote for it. With budget the way it is, I would just like to hear a little bit more detail before I vote one way or the other on it.
Mayor Olson, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilmember McNeil has his hand raised.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Laura, for seeing that. Yeah, Councilmember Agnew, you know, thank you for bringing this forward. There's no amount of money that we can put on a life for somebody and for individuals who are sacrificing their lives each and every day, going out and doing public safety service for our community. So I am very much in support of the extractor. I would like to understand, you know, a little bit more about it. But what I would say is that if there's any opportunity for grant dollars from the state, that would be a great opportunity. And or is it possible for maybe even CARES funding that we have coming could somehow help with that as well? So I think I mean, the way you're explaining to me that, you know, one person gets cancer, $10,000 to potentially save a life or to have a firefighter cancer free. I don't think you can put a price on that. And if that is truly the cost of the extractor that's going to keep them safe, to me, the $10,000, let's find a way to get the $10,000. If we don't have it in the general fund, let's find a way to raise it to a grant at the state level and or through CARES Act.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think everyone's in agreement that it's a necessary or, you know, a critical item. I think I share the question on what impact that would be, because yeah, the 10,000 might just be for the purchase price of it, but just finding a spot for it in 45 and the change in the design to accommodate it just poses those questions. But I think it is an important item to pursue.
I appreciate that. They're already plumbing for it. So, you know, they knew at one point in time they're going to have to get one. Thank you, everybody, for your support.
Is everyone ready for executive session now?
Yeah, I don't get to say my phone.
Yeah, a real quick, sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but I just wanted to touch on the tenants and landlord issue that potentially, the moratorium that potentially could become an issue, in that I'm supportive of learning more about what Kenmore has done, but I'm also curious about what other communities have done and the impacts that can come with those decisions. So I'm definitely in support of learning more about that. I did have an opportunity to talk to interim city manager today during my one-on-ones about that. So definitely look forward to hearing more.
Deputy Mayor Zorns.
I didn't think I was going to have anything to say, and then I thought, wait a minute, we didn't have upcoming events, did we? In the beginning, yeah. So we got an email from Trish Sandberg about her frustrations of getting some recyclables recycled because Recology was closed, and you know, our stellar staff was already on it. And working the problem because the Recology store is closed. Where do you take your batteries? Where do you take your styrofoam? And we got a letter, so I'm just putting this out. Nobody's listening, but in case somebody's listening that has batteries or styrofoam, shout out to Emily Warnock. The Waste Mobile, June 25th to 27th. So we won't be back where we can tell people. So like, now's the time to tell people, right? You can take your batteries, and if you have styrofoam, go to Shoreline Recycling. You can take it there. That's it. That's all I got.
Councilmember Dewar.
I have to say, can we just adjourn and go to executive session, please?
You cannot adjourn. No.
Whatever.
No.
11 o'clock.
You can go to executive session and adjourn from there, but no, you cannot adjourn first.
Whatever the right words are.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that you would like to move from council conversations to the last item on the agenda, which is the executive session. There's no action that is expected to be taken, and that we would adjourn from there. Mayor Olson will let the public know under which RCW we're going to executive session.
That's going to be RCW 42.30.110, parent 1, parent I.
I agree with the man in the purple cloud.
Yes. That's my new nickname. I will see you over there. Thank you.